Why, hello there. And what better things to do on a Friday evening than just fish with your friends? But yeah, let's go ahead and get this started. I'm gonna sit here and crack open a beer in a moment, but right now we've got an assortment of PC games to play, and I realized I had Sega Bass Fishing as one of the options, so I figured we'd open up by doing that. And yeah. Sam, how you doing? Oh. Hey, hey.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. I hope you're excited for some bass fishing. And apparently, you calling me on Skype just freaked my laptop out. It was like, oh, God.
Great. Oh, hold on a second. I need to close the door.
Can't let Lainey hear this. It's too fishing active. But I hope all of you are doing fantastic, and let's let Yahel from Other Gaming jump in with us as well.
So how's your day going?
Oh, pretty good, man. Just got the kid down to sleep, so worked out well. Oh,
Nice,
hey, John,
nice.
what's up?
Hey, Sam, how's it going? Oh man, we need to like try out Gang Beasts one of these days. I feel like I've been saying for like
Oh, yeah,
6
yeah.
months.
Yeah, we need to do that.
I think it'd make for like a good shit show of a stream.
Oh, it would just be tragic. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but I'm having
start-
a great day. I would describe it as a supremely good day.
Right. You know, I had a burrito supreme today around lunchtime. It was fantastic.
Oh man.
I thought about
I
stopping
used-
by a Courtyard Marriott.
I used to read the Image comic Supreme.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's still around anymore, but it was like Image Comics and sort of Superman, basically.
Oh, okay.
It was, from what I remember, supremely meh.
Not quite supreme
Okay.
at all.
Yeah. It was, okay.
Yeah, let's do some fishing. So I was thinking, for pushing it back to Sunday for that thing, because I'm like, crap, I haven't even done it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I could watch it like tomorrow early or something, and still do it tomorrow if you want.
I think Sunday would be better. That way you can mull it over a little longer.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
It's Mortal Kombat 1. I'm not going to mull it over that.
I mean, there's maybe some deeper stuff there to talk about. Let's see. This game was on PC. Actually, yeah, on Steam there was a Sega Dreamcast pack that they dropped where you could get Sonic Adventure DX, Bass, whatever this one is, or Bass Hunter, no, Bass Fisherman, whatever, and then Crazy Taxi in a pack. So like, the 3 Dreamcast games people remember. The fishing one. That's one of the big ones I remember. The Dreamcast. I was talking to Jimmy to try and find me a Japanese fishing controller. Because I sit there, I'm like, man, doesn't it be funner than just streaming and drinking beer while fishing on Dreamcast?
Yeah, that would definitely make it a little bit more fun. Plus, you could probably play other like games with it.
Mm-hmm. Could play some Dark Souls with it. Well,
Yeah.
like I said, what was it? Stop Skeletons from Fighting. He did the thing where he was playing Soul Calibur with the fishing.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Sorry, my dog.
He definitely like played a bunch of. Fuck, is there a way to get rid of this watch picture-in-picture thing?
What's going on?
Oh, there it is. Like YouTube now has like this
The browser thing. I hate that.
where it's like watch picture-in-picture. You can right-click it though and then hide it.
Okay, so you have vibration, pencil bait.
John Fisher's Road. Yeah, hell, I heard you're coming to video games.
Oh yeah.
I have come to video games. Sam Fisher Wrestling, love your recent videos. Thanks. Wait, just my recent video? No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
He's like, I watched your Let's Plays, but I feel like you really didn't come into your own if you tried doing history documentaries.
I watched your weird Let's Plays of questionable sexual visual novels, and not my thing.
Wait, I only
That
have...
Action is here. What's up, Ian and Yahel? Hope you guys are doing well. I just bought this game last week for $7 for the Dreamcast.
Oh, nice, man. Okay, wait. How do I reel? I have to go like in a circle. Yeah, I understand that game. Oh wait, it's right trigger. Okay.
I have never played this game myself, actually.
This is my first time playing it.
Oh, this is your first... I'm sorry, you said this is your first time playing it?
Yeah, first time playing this one, yeah. I knew it existed, and I was like, I should probably play this on Dreamcast sometime, but I always wanted to pick up the fishing controller. Sorry, my dog is over here whining at me for some reason.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, she's like, man. She's like, pay attention to me. What? I should have hooked up the
you know what
webcam.
she sounds like? I've been trying to like figure out what she reminds you of. You've played BioShock, right?
Yeah.
The Big Daddies. That's what it sounds like when they're just in the room.
Busy says I'd love to drink and watch, but I have to work. I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I'll take a drink of my beer while I fish in your honor, Busy. Okay, how do I change my lure? Because apparently I ain't catching anything today. But how do I rotate? I'm just stuck staring at the docks. I mean, who gets on a boat and fishes towards the docks? Seems like a terrible idea. Why can't I turn? I can go left or right. Oh, my dear dog, what's your problem? She's just staring. I really need to hook the webcam back up for the dog cam.
Yeah.
Like Gorilla Jones was complaining it wasn't hooked up. What? I think she's mad about my fishing technique, mostly. Come here, come on. Up. See, she's gotten out now. Sorry, I'm going to give you a play-by-play what my dog is doing. She's gotten up off the couch, and now she's staring at me. Come on. Up. There you go. All right, lay down.
How's the weather there? Still cold? Or...
Cold as hell. It's like 27 degrees right now. Okay. Hi. You can probably see it in the stream now.
Yeah, you can kind of see her, you could say.
Yeah. So this is Barca. She's been on the show for years. What? Oh, apparently I failed. She just didn't want me to finish that cast, apparently. Yeah? Look at the camera. Hi. She's a 9-year-old, 78-pound lab. She's doing pretty good. How old are your cats?
One of them is 13, almost 14, and the other one, I think she's like 7.
Oh, wow. Still pretty spry. Hey, Jeremy, how's it going?
Yeah, oddly enough, my oldest cat in the last few years has become way more active than she used to be. It's very strange.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, it's good, right? She's not getting, like, worse or slower.
Sounds good. Yeah, this dog, I absolutely love this dog because she puts up with my children, like, to no end. Like, my daughter has just terrorized this dog so much. There's a dog attacking you. Hey, Cat Retro, what's up, man? Gotta catch Gerald Sherman. Oh. I've never played this game before, Captain says. It should be interesting. My sister has a 20-year-old cat. My parents, when I was a kid, we had a 24-year-old Russian Grey. That was, like, missing teeth, and he was, like, the nicest cat you'd ever meet. And he could say random human words, and it would scare the crap out of you.
Very strange.
Never had a cat do that? Like, say some random
No, Ian, I don't think anyone's ever had a cat.
No, seriously, the Russian Grey my parents had, it would say hello, and it would just yell it randomly.
Oh, like the way it meows. Yeah, that's the thing. Like cats go. Wow.
No, seriously, it legitimately sounded just like hello, like legit.
Just like a middle-aged man, just hey, hello.
Oh, hey Nick, yeah. And my dog has decided this is where she wants to spend the stream right now, instead of sitting in her chair. This is by far the most productive stream I've ever had.
I'm going to share your stream. I've done a screen capture, including Barca.
Oh, nice.
For this tweet.
I find it funny that she knows to look at the camera, which is really weird. Okay. All right, let's sit you down. Come on. All right, there you go. Come here. Come on, lay down. No, up. No. Up. Lay down. Good girl. Lay down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Stream is all about her now. Okay. Oh yeah, she does like beer. That's a thing. You ever see the "Oh no cat" vid? I think I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah. Man, I haven't watched The Simpsons in so long.
Yeah, me too, man.
Cat retro. My dog used to drink a sixer. I need to go. I was at Costco today and I almost bought like a $50 webcam. Just to, you know what? I need a dedicated dog cam in my garage. That seems really important. Okay, so apparently I need a shallow, I think, is what I need. Let's do a shallow crank.
The, I don't know if you saw, but there's, I think Elgato's the one that makes it, but there's an app where you can use your phone as a webcam now. Oh. Like a wireless webcam through OBS and stuff, yeah.
How do I... Wait, okay, crap. Okay. So you can't reel too hard. Wait. God, this bass is fighting crap out of me. Get you.
Jeremy Dixon said that all his animals want the beer, especially his bird.
Oh, yeah. He's got an
alcoholic bird?
He has an alcoholic bird who, he'll buy, an entire bag of, nice, seeds and birds, or, I think nuts of some type for. And the thing's funny, because apparently it goes in and picks out the ones it wants and throws out the ones it doesn't like out of the bag.
That's funny.
It? Yeah, I got the fish. That's funny.
The guy that you're playing as, is he from, another Dreamcast game? Am I imagining that?
I don't know. You can picture it's from Virtual Fighter or something like that.
Is this water just a flat texture with a video for the texture? Is it a flat plane? Did they do it again, Ian?
I don't think it's nearly as bad as Toy Commander.
No, yeah, I agree. The Toy Commander one, it was obvious right away. Yeah, I think this is just a plane with a animated texture over it. Oh God, man, I can't unsee this stuff now.
You're like, I know why they did that. I hate it.
I mean, it's how I would do it too.
It's well, I remember my Doom video. I was sitting there, I'm God, how do I make a water thing? So I'm okay, cool, green neon texture. I'm just gonna put that horizontal to the ground, and that's gonna be my my thing. But
well,
God, go.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just thinking I did that entirely the wrong way. I sat there and I looked at the level in Doom. I'm I'm gonna rebuild that entire thing in After Effects. That's totally a productive way to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really the wrong way if it looks good in the end, right? Which your Doom video looks great, so. Oh, Electron Ash, hey, he was just on.
Hey, Ash, what's up, man?
Smoke stream.
I should probably bug him, be hey, come jump on my stream now. I missed you. I'm sure he probably wants to hang out with his family. Or his wife.
Jeremy Dixon said that your stream was in 144p at first. Yeah, I think once Barca got in there, the resolution went up.
Oh, I think. I think also he's still he's in between getting his new house, so I think he's using mobile internet mostly.
Like trying to ask family?
Family
I'm not Vin Diesel.
It's all about family, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, did I tell you that I'm only gonna probably hang out till 1:30, 1:40ish?
Oh yeah, fair enough, man.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to wake up early, be productive tomorrow, work on real content, and Lady and I wanted to hang out for a bit too, so we'll probably hate watch Discovery and then go to bed angry.
Oh God. So I'm one episode behind the latest one.
Yeah, I
What?
haven't watched the latest one either.
Yeah, so I just watched that one, and it's the weird empath planet. They're like, well, we need the insecticide to drive away the space locusts. I'm like, you're a civilization in the year 3000 with space travel, and you can't figure out basic pest control?
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess nobody can go to warp though, or you need the dilithium, which is very scarce, but
Yeah,
but still.
Oh my God. Like the way they solved that problem made me so mad. Like I started actually skipping. Like I literally, like that episode, I was just skipping like 10 seconds at a time, and I don't think I missed anything. I was getting so annoyed.
Like trying to ask Sai, I miss 90s Discovery Channel. Oh, that Discovery. Yeah, welcome everybody to the 10 to 15 minutes that we always bitch about Discovery on every one of our streams.
Yeah, welcome to that.
But yeah, and like the way that they solved it, it was actually like a very just stick with me on this. It was a very TNG-ish solution in a way, like the whole the basic parts of it, where it's like, okay, we're going to send a beam down to the planet to amplify something, and then that's going to solve the issue, because that kind of stuff happened on TNG several times. Like they'd send like something from a deflector dish, right, to amplify some signal. They'd reverse this polarity and do this, blah blah blah. But like the problem with Discovery doing it is, first of all, it's just dumb that they're amplifying like their empathic powers. I mean, that's just fucking dumb. But the way that they do like technobabble on Discovery somehow makes less sense than TNG and Voyager and all those shows. Like, even though it's all made up science, right? Like the way they do it on Discovery is just terrible and so nonsensical that you're like, what? I just.
Well, I mean, like here's the thing. Like, the empath stuff was probably the worst aspect of TNG. Like, its entirety. Like, Deanna Troi was probably one of the worst characters, in my opinion, in TNG. Because I'm like, they have to invent shit for you to do.
I don't know, man. Like, sometimes I think she was a great character when used correctly. And I definitely think she got a lot better, like, the last few seasons. Especially once they put her, like, in a regular uniform.
Oh, yeah. Once Jericho gave her a talking to.
Yeah. Like I'm sure you've seen the interview with Marina Sirtis, the actress that played her, where she says that, like, once they gave her a uniform, it's like it's like the gray matter went back from her boobs into her brain. She's fucking hilarious, dude. Like, if you've ever seen like her stuff at conventions, like, she's hilarious.
I can believe that. I don't know, I guess the way Discovery is handling all this, like, the technobabble was awful, and they did that whole like space fight scene that was clearly in orbit, but somehow it was in the upper atmosphere, so they could see the fight from the ground.
Right.
And I'm like, what?
The space, the space battles in Discovery make they're very hard to follow what's going on.
They don't know scale at all. Like, they genuinely don't understand it.
Yeah,
and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, and like it's almost like they're trying to go for that Battlestar Galactica like erratic style, right, where there's a lot going on. But Battlestar Galactica always shot it in a way that you knew what was going on. It didn't feel like just a bunch of random shit. You knew what fighters you were looking at, where they were from, where they came from. And
you understood it was erratic because they were doing the full like three-dimensional movement in space.
Right.
And something else I was thinking about that was really bugging me about Discovery was that they somehow lowered the stakes so dramatically to where there just aren't any other starships. But still, the universe is still at this weird, perilous thing where it could be completely destroyed.
Always. Anytime Burns around.
Yeah, so I'm just like, so they've turned to this thing where, like, there's, like, 4 starships in the entire universe now. So I'm like, what? Oh, God. And then somehow a tiny little ship that looks like it's straight out of Star Wars could take on a Orion Syndicate frigate or whatever that thing was. And I'm like, that's just fucking dumb.
Well, to be fair, it was because that guy Rin knew where to.
Oh yeah, the Andorian knew the random parts on a ship.
Which, I mean, that is like a. I can't shit on Discovery too much for that because that's something that's happened on every Star Trek show.
Oh yeah.
Before, so
well,
I'm not gonna shit on them too much for that.
Yeah.
But dude, speaking of the ships on the show, man, like they're so generic. Like I don't. If you showed me that Orion ship they were attacking, I wouldn't even recognize it.
Well, and what really irritated me with the Orion ship was like it was two pieces that were not symmetrical to one another. So they hugged each other weird. I'm like, I hate it. I hate the whole disconnected nacelle thing they're doing right now. I despise it.
Yeah. John Rogers wrote that Loxana Troy is worse than Deanna. And John, if I was still in Washington, yeah, we'd meet up right now and fight because Loxana is a treasure. She is the holder of the holy rings of Beta Z, the chalice of I can't remember. And how dare you? You just don't know how to appreciate a woman, a legend like Loxana. And she knows it. She can feel it, quite literally. Jeremy Dixon, another traitor. Loxana is the worst of all Star Trek. To this day, I still skip all her episodes. Well, Jeremy, I am. Oh, if you have a wrench, I can't. Why'd you give everybody a wrench?
See, so you can't ban them.
I can't mute everybody.
Everyone's equal in this chat, man. Come on.
No. There's these.
That's Deanna Troy's mother, right?
Yeah.
I always like the ones where, like, for whatever reason, they decide to have her torment Odo and DS9.
Dude, those were awesome episodes. And if anything, it really humanized her and Odo.
Yeah. You had to sleep in her dress. Good times.
Yeah, she's amazing. I don't care what anybody. Even as like a kid, I loved the Loxana episodes. I just loved the way she made like everybody uncomfortable. The way she makes like Picard uncomfortable and Riker uncomfortable, and how like Geordi and Data, especially, was like, oh whatever. Like he finds it kind of funny because she, I guess, is not his type, or he's not her type. She likes her men with real eyeballs. Electron Ash, I never liked the Worf episodes where he has to do a boring ceremony.
Worf, do this Klingon thing where they hit you with these pain sticks. You're into it for some reason.
Seemed too long.
And I love how they did it in the holodeck. Like it was just really weird. Like he's like, "Oh, you cared about me," and they like, just beat the shit out of him with sticks. It's like, oh my god.
Worf how you doing, man? Like other Klingons must think like Worf is just a fucking dweeb.
Wait, man, I thought you had a wrench. One sec here. You've been around long enough. Alrighty, Memphis has a moderation thing. There we go. Let's see here.
Electron Ash wrote, I think most things burn quite well in liquid oxygen, apart from the Atari Jaguar it refuses. It has too many bits to burn.
Even the fire won't take it. The children certainly wouldn't, from KB Toys.
Colin Swinburne wrote, I find Worf is meant to be this big scary bastard, but why is he always eating shit from people beating on him?
It's like, what was it? Didn't somebody put together like a Worf getting his ass kicked compilation? It was
yeah.
Just him getting thrown across the room constantly.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing, though, I think is the reason why I think that happens to Worf a lot, because I mean Worf does beat up a lot of people too, to be fair. But I think the reason why, like, when a bad guy or villain was gonna like get one up on them, why he'd beat up Worf is to show the audience, hey, this guy, it means it really is trouble if he took out Worf. I believe that's what we're going for.
So I
can't believe you. Wait, how do you feel about Loxana?
Loxana Troy?
Yeah.
I didn't really like her in TNG. I liked it when she showed up on DS9 and annoyed the hell out of Odo, and that was about it. But other than that, her character I thought was just like my God, Deanna Troi really needs to learn how to be her own person. It's like she never really, I don't know. I feel like she never really figured. I don't know. It was always one of those things where she'd show up and then like, "You're ruining my wedding, mother," just shit like that, or like it was like, "I'm getting married." Like, oh my God.
I thought the episode that they did with Loxana where her she had like suppressed or like memories of, or not suppressed, but the one about like her daughter that died or whatever, like when Deanna's
Oh, the one
sister
in the
died.
fire, right, or something like that.
Yeah, like that one was pretty
Yeah.
good, pretty serious one.
Yeah. I think I actually watched that one not too long ago.
And then there's the one where she's supposed Loxana's gonna marry that guy, but his culture, you know, like they killed themselves at age 60 or 61 or something like that. And he's coming up on it, which is weird. Like, did this not come up earlier in the relationship? Like, if you're 58, 59, and your alien culture thing is like, hey, you're supposed to commit suicide at 60. Wouldn't you tell the woman you just started seeing, hey, by the way?
Hey, by the way, you ever seen that movie Logan's Run? Like that.
This is not going to be a long-term relationship.
Do I need to use a spinner? Because it's like a river? Let's try a spinner.
Colin Swinburne said, spoilers, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know what he's, you're talking about TNG? We haven't spoiled anything major. He might be joking.
Whoa, spoilers! Jesus!
I don't know, man. I get mad when people on the Star Trek subreddit put spoilers even for the older shows on there, like in the subject and shit like that. Because, like, you go to the Star Trek subreddit, right?
I do. I haven't been going recently because of all of the Discovery apologists on there, and I'm like, I can't stand it. And like, even Daystrom Institute has kind of broken my heart because like they're so desperate for just canon explanations for things. They're sitting there writing these essays trying to justify Discovery, and they're like, God, I hate this so much.
Well, you know, on there, people will spoil stuff from like TNG and DS9 all the time, and like the title of, you know, their posts or their replies to people. But there's always like 2 or 3 posts every week from people that are like, hey, I'm new to Star Trek, I just started watching it. It's like, I feel like they should have like a stricter spoiler policy, since so many people go there like right when they start watching it.
Yeah, I guess that's totally fair.
And it literally takes like a second to do a spoiler tag.
I'm trying to think if they've... I don't know. Normally I'm pretty up to date on the Star Trek, but with Discovery I have to like get the energy in order to like go for it. I'm like, ugh.
You know, sometimes I have stuff for because like I don't watch Discovery right when it comes out anymore. Like I have something spoiled online or whatever, and I'm almost happy that I didn't have to have it watch it unfold on video first.
I used to care. So like, and my thing is, I was watching Discovery. I'm like, okay, here's a thing they brought up. Here's another thing they brought up. I'm like, I almost want to bet $20 they're gonna forget they even mentioned this. Like the whole musical note thing they're doing right now.
Oh God.
That whole thing. They're like, how is it cultured? Your people across like hundreds of light years are singing the same song. I'm like, I don't know, maybe, you know, space flight's a thing.
Maybe they watched season 4 of Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I think they did. Like they literally were like, oh, that was a cool little mystery thing. They all heard the same song. And then like God, like the whole distress beacon thing. Like there's a ship in there. And apparently it being synced with a neutron star was.
Yeah.
And you know what's really irritating me right now? Like, how is it a crew from 1,000 years in the past is somehow more capable and intelligent than people they're running into in the year 3000?
Well, they did take time to refit Discovery, so I guess in those 2 weeks they learned everything that has happened in the last 1,000 years.
Everything they ever need to know.
Yeah. You would think, like, and I'm surprised they didn't do this, is like, you think, like, Starfleet would have assigned some, like, current Starfleet personnel to their crew to help them with, like, things that they're obviously not going to know because it's been 1,000 years.
Yeah, that right there, I was sitting there wondering, because they had that one episode where they had that security officer there with them. And I'm like, okay, is she going to become a standard part of the thing?
That's what I thought, right? That she was going to be...
Yeah.
But instead they made the 16-year-old a permanent member.
Yeah, the random 16-year-old. And so here's something else I noticed and I was thinking about, where I was like looking at the characters, and what really irritates me so much in the show is the character Tilly. Not because of the actress, it's because of the character is so inconsistent. That's what bothers me the most. Like, I'm like, okay, I could get behind this character if it was like you had a set standard for how she did things. So they have entire episodes where she's like, "Oh, I don't know if I can do this. I'm so unsure of myself." And then all of a sudden, in other random scenes, she acts like she's completely competent and knows what she's doing. In any situation, I'm like, who fucking writes this?
It's awful. So Activated Complex wrote that the best Trek film has the same problem with Khan and his crew. They learned their Reliance systems in hours. But I would say that I can give that a pass because they're supposed to be genetically engineered, super smart humans.
Yeah, and I would also like wager they go up to the Reliant and torture the crew until they tell them how things work. Was my thought. That was always my theory about how they learn it. Yeah, Kevin Ball, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just the Tilly stuff is bad. She was like in the first season, she was, I don't know if I'd call her one of the highlights. That was actually good, but she was one of the better parts of it at first, I thought. And then season 2 she was real annoying, and then season 3, like you said, it's very inconsistent. Yeah. Really, from season 2 forward, I feel like she's been super. And why did they fucking make her the acting first officer? She's an ensign.
I was wondering that same thing. I was like, what? I'm sure there's a commander somewhere on board who's just really pissed.
Dude, not even on board. Somewhere at his home in LA, Garrett Wang is fucking screaming at the TV. Those that don't know, Garrett Wang was Ensign Kim on Star Trek Voyager, who remained an ensign all 7 years. Tom fucking Paris, the criminal from the penal colony, got reinstated into Starfleet, got made a lieutenant, which to be fair was his previous rank. He got demoted to ensign and then promoted to lieutenant, and Ensign Kim, nothing. You know what happened to him? He died. The Ensign Kim that we finished with at the end of Voyager isn't even the original Ensign Kim. But Tilly, yeah. You came here. What was Saru's explanation? You were ready because you came through the portal. You know, the wormhole that sent us 1,000 years into the future. So did the other fucking 150 people on your ship.
Oh my god. Yeah, that whole scene where they sit there and they're like in the aisles putting up pictures of like family members who have been gone for 1,000 years. And I'm like, you volunteered to go. Like, you all did the whole thing. Like, you didn't even need to go based on the plot of the fucking show.
Right, they could have actually, like, but by the time, like, they were about to go through, it was like, they could have stopped.
What do they call it, the stupid computer thing? Blah, blah, blah.
Sphere data.
Well, there was the sphere data, but then you had control. Was that what it was called?
Oh, the bad guy, yeah.
Yeah, control's dead. We beat him. He's been defeated. Oh, my God.
I will say that I'm really glad that they didn't end up making Control like some kind of Borg origin story, because that's really what it seemed like at first. And like the Borg should never have their origin explained, in my opinion.
Yeah, they really shouldn't do that.
So you're never going to be able to give a satisfying answer.
Mm-hmm. And so the running into what's her face's mom in the future.
Oh God!
And the whole the weird dumb obsession that the Alex Kurtzman writers have with Romulans and this weird warrior female monk thing with the absolute candor. And I'm like, why do you need honest people when Vulcans don't lie and they always tell the truth anyway?
Yeah, well, it's the Romulans that do the absolute candor thing.
I know. I'm just saying the Romulans do that, but I'm like, but they're like, oh, we need people to tell the truth. They're like,
oh, I
the
see
Vulcans
what
the Vulcans always tell the truth anyway. So
yeah,
this makes no sense.
I see what you're saying.
It made no sense. I'm like, that's so dumb.
Yeah, you think after they shot at someone, they hired some PA grip, and he happens to mention, hey, you guys, the Vulcans already don't lie. And then they're like, oh shit, we already shot this. Oh well.
I'm sure Alex Kurtzman was like, I don't watch Star Trek. Shut up.
Yeah, Electron Ash said that a lot of the reason he likes TNG and Voyager is for the tech and the technobabble. Me too. Because they made the technobabble seem plausible within the universe, whereas Discovery literally just makes up whatever for that episode. At least on the Enterprise, TNG and those shows, they use the deflector dish a lot, and you kind of knew how it worked. You knew how certain things that certain systems could and couldn't do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, things had rules. They didn't just randomly break Like they randomly couldn't do things like God, like Picard was even worse. Like that show, like the last season or last couple episodes of that, I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
it was so bad.
Yeah. Electronash, hence Data is the best character. He's the best example of trying to represent humanity to the audience and teaching values, etc. I like how they've always had like that. I guess Discovery doesn't really have it, but you know, the Spock / Data character, you know, and in DS9 it's the Odo, and on Voyager 7 of 9, like I don't know, some people might find that derivative or whatever, but I always really liked it. I thought they made for like really good storytelling devices.
So here's what I'm discovering though, like all the characters in Discovery are all the same character. They're all written the same way. The only thing that defines them is like one little weird trope.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like,
yeah.
I think the only character that has some uniqueness to him is the Saru character played by Doug Jones, and I still hate him.
He's awful.
Yeah, he's the weakest captain of all time, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah. He's terrible. Nothing he does makes any sense. Giorgio's pretty annoying. Oh, you know what I really kiss about Discovery is like they try to like have these like epic moments like all the time on the show with like slow pans with characters looking at each other and like dramatic swelling music like 3 or 4 times per episode. And it's like,
oh god. So there was a scene between Saru and Burnham, and I got so irritated because the camera it would do like cross shot, counter shot, or whatever, like when they're talking, and the camera would start sliding to the right or left. And they did that every time it transitioned, and I'm like, "Oh my god, just lock the fucking tripod!"
Yeah, dude, I know that scene that you were talking about because you had mentioned it to me. I think before I had watched the episode, and when I was watching, I was like, "Holy shit, it's really not stopping! It's just
it
moving back
going.
and forth."
It is like every scene is almost like that, and I'm like, "Oh my god, it's so awful." And that scene was just particularly like the worst. I'm like, is this like Daddy's first time doing directing or something like that? And he's like, I want, I don't know what you'd call it, because he's just like, I want this to be cinematic as fuck. I don't even want people to be able to focus on the conversation. I don't know what I would call it, but just, oh man, these movies, Dutch angle lens. Yeah, I think in movies, Dutch angles and stuff are appropriate, or if like you have a gritty or cinematic feel to begin with. But like Star Trek, to me, what I miss about TNG was it had a lot of static shots that all looked pretty good, and because, you know, the characters and the situation were the main drivers of the story, not necessarily the special effects. Jack, how's it going?
So John has a good question. What's y'all's favorite Data episodes?
Ooh. I always like the Data episode where he's on the planet and he like survived a shuttle crash, and he lost his memory, but he brings like the plutonium down to the village, and they start making necklaces out of it, and all their hair and shit starts falling out.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
That's a fun one. But I always loved was it season 1 where like it's like the episode where all the crew gets drunk and stuff like that, and they all have problems. But and some
Naked Now.
Yeah.
Episode 2 of season 1. I'm not a nerd.
Yeah, and that one, I always love that because they hadn't established the rules for Data yet, and so like Data was still very much like a human in that one.
He's like that in the first 2 seasons. Actually, he's like always like smirking and shit. I have no emotions, but he's like, I don't know. He's being real weird and emotional too.
So yeah, Jack just said, remember when Tal Shiar died? Ooh yeah, or Tashiar, sorry.
So my favorite Data episode, I don't know if I can like pick one out as a favorite, but I always love The Offspring, where he makes Lol, his android daughter.
I don't remember that one as well as I should.
What? Dude, go back and watch it, man. Like I tear up at the ending every time I watch it. It's so good. So that's one of my big ones. I really like the Brothers, the one where he plays like, you know, his brother and his father, and they all have like those scenes together.
Oh, the one where he goes and finds
where like Soong is trying to get Data an emotion chip.
Yeah, he finds him now. Yeah, I was like the ones where they had like the very visceral information, like the one when Geordi like accidentally short circuits Data's head, and Data has that hallucination of the bird and the blacksmith and all that.
Oh, when he's dreaming.
Yeah, I like that one. That was fun.
Yeah. No, but Jordy didn't cause that. Like he was, he like Data had started dreaming.
I'm misremembering it. My bad.
It's okay. I recently like watched TNG like all the way through with Laney last year.
I think it's been.
It's very, very fresh in my mind.
I think it's been 2 or 3 years since I last watched through TNG. But like I've recently, like I think within the last year and a half, I've watched through DS9 just because I fucking love that show.
Oh man, what a great show! What a great show!
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, another fun Data one for me is Time's Arrow, the 2-parter with fucking Sam Clemens with Mark Twain.
Oh yeah. God, those ones are fun. I'm a Klingon.
Oh,
Let's see. Jeremy said that one produced the best gift ever. Which one? Was that Times Zero?
I didn't really watch Stargate too much, but I think you did, right?
I love Stargate.
So I don't know if 7 Beetle of Doom comment will make sense to you. Imagine if Alex Kurtzman rebooted Stargate. It'll be about Earth paying the price for the fascist SG-1 bullying the poor Gaul. I remember the TNG episode where Matt Frewer, the guy that played Max Headroom, was playing Matt Frewer again. Yeah, that's where he's like the fake time.
Oh yeah, he's claiming to be from the 27th century,
but he's really from like the 22nd or 23rd.
Yeah, 22nd. He's stealing future tech. I love that episode. That was good. I love how he murdered a time traveler, and I'm like, damn.
Right?
Yeah, good stuff.
I tried watching SGU, but
that would be awesome.
I couldn't really get into it too much. Oh yeah,
Stargate Universe.
Yeah.
Oh god, freaking Stargate Universe I love because it was a lot like a grittier Voyager. But if you didn't have a basis within like a Stargate SG-1, you would have had a hard time with it.
Yeah, and that's the thing I like. I mean, I've maybe watched like 5 or 6 SG-1 episodes back when it was like airing. And I didn't watch them in order. It was just like real random here and there. And I don't remember anything about it. I wasn't even paying attention. And I don't know why I never really got into it because I loved the Stargate movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I love science. I should just go fucking back and watch it. I bet I'd be.
It's totally a really fun, campy, like. It's very, very much like TNG in some respects. So they end up doing stuff, but like based in current Earth tech. And I remember when I first started watching Stargate SG-1, it was actually on Showtime, and they had a bunch of TNA on it, in like the pilot.
Oh. And
I was like, oh my. that got cut out later once it jumped over to the Sci-Fi Channel. But I thought it was funny as hell that the first season had that. Because I remember watching that I was watching with my mom at the time, and we're like, what? What is going on in Stargate right now? Good times. Wait, apparently James Spader. Aww. Hey, Smoke, what's up, man? If you want to jump in the voice chat, you're more than welcome to do so, man.
Smoke just sent me his 4K settings. I don't know if you caught that conversation.
Yeah, I was listening. I had my daughter was sleeping on me at the time, and I was listening to it. I'm like, I didn't even think that fucking Premiere had YouTube 4K settings. I just cranked the shit out of that bitrate and hope for the best.
Let me, if you want, I'm sure he won't mind if I forward it to you. It's just like a file with like the settings that he has for it.
Hey, his stuff looks great. But yeah, freaking. I have Stargate on Laserdisc, and I freaking love that movie. Yeah, Kurt Russell's great. Stargate SG-1 TVMA on Netflix. Oh, it has the first uncut season. Does it have the TNA on there? Because that was always so shocking to me, where I was not expecting it based on like how campy the show was up until that point, and you're like, oh my god. Let's try. Let's do what's pencil bait do? I don't even know what the different bait does.
Let me call Smoke. I'll add you here, buddy. Oh, oops, almost added my my buddy's
No,
girlfriend.
sorry.
What the hell are you doing?
Joe, what are you doing? Oh, Jack's asking. This is Bass Fish Hunter or Fishing. It's a Dreamcast game that was ported to the PC and the Sega Dreamcast pack a while back.
Hello?
Yep.
I thought I lost you.
No, man. No. I was apparently distracted by this lure. It was a big deal. Oh, no, this is the movie. This is the movie game for grumpy old men. This is Jack Lemmon.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, Smoke. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Great.
Dreamcast fishing. You have the fishing rod?
No, I'm playing this. This is the Steam version of it.
Oh, wow, this was on Steam.
Yeah, there was a DC Dreamcast pack released on Steam a couple years ago where it has this game, Crazy Taxi, Sonic Adventure DX, and I think it also came with Nights into Dreams for some reason.
Oh, interesting. They just figured nobody would notice.
They're like, nobody bought that game anyway. Might as well throw it on this one.
Yeah, good to meet up with you again, Yahel.
Yeah. I think this is the most time we've spent together on a Saturday. On a Friday. I don't even know what the other week is.
what day is it?
It's still.
Well, technically it is Saturday for me. It's 1:15 in the
Oh, it
morning.
is, yeah.
Yeah. I was just playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I found a fishing rod beside a legendary fishing spot on a lake, but I just couldn't figure out how to pick up the rod, so I couldn't get any fishing in.
That's a shame. Man's got a fish.
I kind of like I played a bunch of dominoes last night in Red Dead Redemption, just for no real reason. Got caught up in it. I like those. I don't like the poker so much, but I like some of the mini games.
Nice.
I always find a way to lose at poker. So I'm just like, meh. Good.
Yeah, I like the games I win at.
I like games I'm good at. I like games with a positive reward. I love roulette. Love that one.
Yeah, I did some of the dagger hand. What's that called? Where you run the dagger between your fingers.
Oh, finger knifey game. I don't know.
Yeah, finger knifey game.
The one from Aliens where Bishop is going really fast. Right?
Mm-hmm. I did really good at it until they introduced a third controller button, and then I just started stabbing my hand a lot.
You're like, what is this shit? God, it's not fair. Is there a way to change the range on my rod here? Or... Can I change my...
So have you used the Dreamcast fishing rod? Because it's one of my favorite controllers.
I have not. I've been in talks with Jimmy Hoppa to send me a one from Japan.
Nice.
So that's my goal. 'Cause apparently they're pretty cheap over there.
Yeah, they used to be cheap here, and then I looked a few months ago, and they were pretty expensive. I mean, I think I paid like $10 ship for mine.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're. I want to say like in Japan they're like $20, and here they're quite a bit more.
Yeah, somebody must have done a video on them or something because the price is outrageous.
Well, I think Stop Skeletons from Fighting did a fun video on that.
Oh, okay.
And I think with Jimmy, he's sending me the Dreamcast like karaoke Tower of Power thing for the Dreamcast.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, yes.
Oh, that's rad.
And I the funny thing is I actually forgot I sent him money for that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing I bought. I'm waiting on.
Awesome. Yeah, if you guys watching haven't used the Dreamcast rod, it has rumble. And so you get force feedback while you're fishing for everything that you do, you know.
And you can like swing it back, right? Like it has like that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. It feels, I mean, it is an arcade controller, really. It's like something that should be attached to an arcade cabinet is the way it feels to me.
I guess this game was an arcade game though, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for these to come out for the. There's some. I can't remember which fishing games. There's like three I think, fishing games for the Atomus Wave that are going to get converted eventually, and they'll. Oh no! Somebody said that for one of them in the arcade they use the trackball for some reason instead of the fishing rod.
Oh no.
So
weird.
that'll be no good for us. Yeah, it is weird because you would.
When I think fishing, I think trackballs.
Yeah. So I've got 1.75 liters of tequila here, so you'll have to excuse if I start slurring my speech and passing into the other realm.
I think we can let it slide.
Appreciate it. You guys can babysit me.
Sounds good. I want to get these fish to bite. Okay, so I downloaded a number of other games. So I have I also have the PC version of Omicron Nomad Soul I can torture everyone in the chat with. And then I have Escapegoat, so a couple other games I downloaded as well from my Steam library I haven't touched in a long time. So we can check those out here in a little bit. I just figured the fishing was a nice way to BS and complain about Star Trek.
Yeah.
You're not watching. I'm sure we've asked you before if you're watching Discovery. Smoke.
I watched the first season, and I don't own a gun. But if I did, I would have shot the
I don't own a gun, but if I would have shot the TV and then turned it on myself,
Yeah,
I'd appear
would've been
disappointment.
And I assume this is because it was so good. You're like, I'll never watch a show that's great again. I don't need this TV anymore. Goodbye.
It's peak television right there.
Yeah, so I wasn't crazy about it. Actually, I can say nice things about it. Like, I liked certain aspects of it, and then I just started to dislike it at some point, and then they started swearing, and I was like, and at that point, it was like they, Fonzie jumps the shark kind of deal. Like, they jumped the shark, and once you jump the shark, you can't go back. So they lost me, I think, in that episode where they were like, science, F yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, science. And then they got my favorite character on the show, the only guy who I liked left. He was like, yeah, science is fucking cool, or something like that. I was like, fuck this show.
You're like, you bastards. Yeah, I think the funny thing was, like, I liked Lorca, like the actor who played him. Like, that was the only thing. Like, I was like, okay, I can stand this program as long as he's around. And then I'm like, damn it. And then they had Pike, and I'm like, okay, Pike's holding this together. And now
Pike was cool.
now they have no one. And I'm like, you have Saru, I need to reassess my situation with the least competent person on the ship, who I've appointed to an incredibly important role.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke, like, man, I'm so bad at Discord. I can't find. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I found the file.
Sweet. Yeah, I posted that. That's my profile, and if you have any issues with that, I can do the screenshots for you too. But that'll.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to get it with the instructions.
Jason Isaacs, thank you, Electronash. Yeah, and like, here's the thing, like, one of my favorite things ever is the Mirror Universe, and somehow they managed to, like, ruin that. I'm like, god damn it.
It's sacred.
I wouldn't say it's sacred, because, I mean, like, DS9 does some really dumb shit with the Mirror Universe, and I liked it, but then Discovery just went even dumber with it, and I'm like,
I haven't watched Deep Space Nine since it was on TV. I probably missed. That was when you just watched what was on, so I probably missed half of it at least.
Oh yeah, I bet you missed it.
Man, it's
I remember.
so good.
I remember because like DS9, it would air on NBC at like I think like 11 or 10 or something like that on a Friday. But then if you stayed up till 2 in the morning and watched on not UPN but another channel, you could watch the first episodes for the next day of Voyager. So like my Friday into Saturday night was always awesome because I'm like, yeah, Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek for me. So that was right when my mom and dad had been divorced for a few years, and so my thing to do was like my dad would have me over on the weekends and we'd watch Let's see. It first started at the end of Next Generation, like when the Borg stuff was going on, and then we continued it for Voyager and Deep Space Nine, and X-Files were the main shows.
Nice.
So I have good memories of those, and those were like, he'd order pizza and whatnot.
So, this is gonna sound really dumb, but like, so when I was a kid, for some reason, I was convinced the X-Files got Briscoe County Jr. canceled. And I don't know, no logical reason to that. And if you don't know what Briscoe County Jr. was, it was a show starring Bruce Campbell, who was a sheriff who was like out avenging the death of his father, who was a bigger, more famous sheriff.
Q was in that show.
Yeah, he was in that, and it was like an absolutely ridiculous, fun, campy program, and it only ran for like one season, and then its time slot got taken over by X-Files. And so I was.
Ooh.
But like, wasn't Briscoe County Jr. like a UPN show? So this is like in syndication. So you thought like the syndicated?
Yeah, probably. So I'm not sure. Like my kid mind, like this is before you could ask questions on the internet, but I was convinced X-Files had somehow managed to kill Briscoe County Jr. So I never forgive it, and I never really gave X-Files a chance. And I'm like, why? X-Files seems like a really good show.
It's pretty good. Oh, Mephitis Lou said Slider/Star Trek crossover.
Oh, I'd watch the hell out of that.
Love Sliders, man.
Yeah, I remember.
So that it's free to watch on like NBC.com/ if you have a Roku or whatever on NBC's app.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you were telling me you were watching the Cobra Kai-esque reboot of Saved by the Bell, right?
Yeah. It's good.
How
man.
is that?
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
I really like it. like they made like Zach Morris is, you know how like in Saved by the Bell, the original Saved by the Bell, it seems like he's always like he's terrible, but he always learns a lesson, right?
Oh yeah.
And he seems like deep down he has like a heart of gold. Nope, no, he does not. That is what the reboot confirms
Zach
for
Morris
you.
is
Oh, that sounds
trash.
interesting.
Like he's not in it a lot. Like he's not in it a lot, but like he is truly awful. Like he's dumber than he was in the series, in the original, and has less morals. But it's not done like in a way where it's like a caricature of the original. It's like the natural evolution of who he really is as a person.
Okay, I need to check that out.
I need to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the new cast that they have for the show is pretty good too. I mean, honestly, I really liked it. You know, Slater's back in it, and Kelly's in the first episode real briefly. Jesse Spano's there. So yeah, it's really good. I did not think I was gonna like it as much as I did.
Electron Ash is bringing up the sexy Colonel Sanders Hallmark movie or whatever that is.
Oh, that looks amazing.
So
is
is
that
that
like
real?
I was
Yeah.
so happy about my clever
You
Twitter
said
joke
it was
at you.
real, and I was like, this can't be real.
No, seriously, it's real. There's a trailer for it. I think it airs tomorrow. It's only gonna be It's only 15 minutes long.
Oh,
And I know that because NBC fucking News covered it.
I'm really happy with the dumb Twitter joke I made at you.
Yeah, but it's nuts.
Well, the secret 21 herbs and spices also contains his nuts.
John Rogers wrote.
does
You
it
mean the
have
movies?
secret sauce?
John Rogers wrote. You
Gonna
mean the movies?
consume ghetto peasant. How's it going?
So John Rogers wrote the movie starring Alex Mejia, and he's right.
does look
Alex
like
does
him.
kind of look. I never thought about it till now.
Looks like AC Slater, huh?
I'm gonna put the trailer in the chat here. I'm just looking it up. What's it called? A Recipe for Seduction.
Yeah. I'll be right back. One sec.
Yeah, no problem. But I don't know. This looks like dumb fun, you know. And I think in 2020 we could use more and more of that.
Indeed.
So that's the trailer I just posted in the chat, guys. Especially with Ian away, I highly recommend checking it out. It's dumb.
I'm gonna watch it here while we're
Oh,
talking.
you haven't seen it?
No, I didn't know there was a whole trailer for it. I thought it was just like I honestly thought this has got to be a. It does look like Alex. That's hilarious.
I know, right?
That does look good.
Yeah, I'm sure Ian would get like a strike or something if he played on his stream, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like trash that Ian went to watch the sexy Colonel Sanders sex tape, probably.
He needs to use the bathroom just at the idea of it. All right, so is that going to be an ongoing show, or is that just like a one-off thing?
Now it's just a one-off thing. It's going to be 15 minutes long. They're calling it a mini movie, and honestly, I think like that's probably the perfect length for this kind of thing, because you keep it short. Because if this was like a full like 90-minute movie, like the joke would wear fucking thin real fast.
Yeah, that happens with a lot of movies. It's
So
like it's a
15
good
minutes?
idea for 15, 20-minute idea, and then they have to stretch it to a full-length movie.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited. I hope it does well. I wouldn't mind seeing like another one-off like that, down the line. Maybe a cinematic Colonel Sanders universe.
Could do like Getting Dirty with Ronald McDonald or something.
Right.
No, that wouldn't work, would it?
There needs to be a fast food cinematic universe now, basically. And Colonel Sanders is like the Superman of the fast food cinematic universe.
Yeah.
The FCMU.
I need to talk to you about franchise rights. Syndicate. I don't know what you call the Avengers. I don't know what you call that.
Electron hashtag, could they possibly get any worse at doing gray hair makeup effects? He looks like he's been slimed by Casper. I wonder if like they made it bad on purpose.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
with yeah.
Like how
I think so too.
See, if Longshot Omega made a joke about the shallow crank, and my inner 12-year-old also laughed at that.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my beverage and
Right.
maybe use.
So I was saying there's a startling lack in VR of fishing and golf games.
Wow, you think golf games would lend themselves quite well to VR?
I thought so too. I just assumed there would be some when I got my headset. And the same with fishing. And you would also think that it'd be really easy to make those kind of games. But there's no like there are like little cheap like throwaway fishing and golf games, but there isn't like a great one.
Sorry. Longshot just made a real pun, and I love it so much. real mature guys. What Taco Bell? I guess would be a giant bell would be their mascot. Oh god, the Noid. Oh no.
I remember that.
Freaking 7-Up Cool Spot though. That was one of my favorite mascot games.
Yeah, look, like it's so weird that we would rent a game like that back then,
Right.
but we did.
But yeah, Cool Spot. I'm like, that sounds actually really good.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a good game. Some people were crazy about that McDonald's game. I don't think I've played that.
Oh, and the kids.
But is that the one? Is it Super Nintendo?
There's one. The one I know of that I played is the one on NES, McKids, and it's pretty solid. It's basically a Mario clone, but it's got its own little twist on it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, like Treasure did one of those or something.
Oh, maybe.
Crazy.
Cool Spot.
Oh, those Star Wars games. I have all of those on for Super Nintendo. They're hard.
Oh, God, those ones are.
They're cool.
I remember being stuck at a friend's parents' house because my mom was at work or something like that, and I had broken my ankle, and so I was like stuck there because my mom had to go to work. So I was like, okay, cool, and I had to wait for the swelling to go down on my broken ankle before they could cast me. And so I was sitting in front of their TV playing the Star Wars Super Nintendo games, just getting so frustrated how hard those games were. I'm like, God.
Yeah, if you want to really annoy yourself, look up some speed runs of the Star Wars games, because there are people who can just fly through them now, with no problem.
Bastards. Remember that weird Skittles game? Was there a Skittles game? 'Cause I remember I remember the Burger King games on 360, like Sneak King and Pocket Racers.
Yeah, I didn't see a Skittles game.
Yeah, I don't recall that one. That sounds weird. That sounds I want to play that. I feel like this game would be much better with the fishing rod controller. As with an Xbox controller, it just doesn't feel right, man.
It might be more fun, but I wonder if it's easier with a regular controller.
Maybe.
Since you're just hitting the A button, because on the real fishing rod, you have to like reel the thing.
Oh yeah, it's like you have to reel. On this one, you're just like your right trigger is your reel,
Okay.
and so you're not doing any particular fishing. Let's see, Aladdin was a great one. Dark and Sky
really
for the
impressive.
OG Xbox. Which one was Dark and Sky? Oh, it's for GameCube. I don't think I ever played that one. Skittles Xbox. Oh, okay.
Oh wow, there's like a custom Skittles 360. That's that's a thing.
Or, who was it? Keith Avocary did a thing where it was like did Skittles. It was like, Skittles commercials on his YouTube channel.
Well, now Ash, you have to buy it back at like 3 times the value.
Yeah. My wife always loves to give me crap when like if I buy like a duplicate of something, she's like, "Why did you buy that?" I'm like, "No, I could sell it for later." She's like, "You're not gonna sell it." It's like, I know you. You're gonna sit on it forever.
It's in case the first one breaks.
I'm like, "Yeah, it backs up the first copy of that."
It's your failsafe.
Yeah, that's why I have like 3 Dreamcasts, a bunch of other
Oh, yeah.
consoles. Yeah. But to be fair, somehow I power surged one of my Dreamcasts, and its analog video out is broken for some reason, which is stupid.
Oh wow. You know, I killed the digital video out on one of my Dreamcasts early on. I'd gotten a cheap SCART Switch, like a Chinese one.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, so I had like the Dreamcast, Genesis, Super Nintendo, and whatever all hooked up. What I didn't realize was like when you power on the Genesis, it would power on the Super Nintendo. And I was like, what is that? So I guess it sends the 5-volt out from the Genesis into the SCART connector. And that also passed through the Dreamcast, and it blew out the digital video DAC in it. And I just threw the SCART switch in the trash. And then that's why I've always done it manually since then, switching my SCART inputs.
I think, God, what was it? I had a... I have this like crappy SCART upscaler I've used for stuff, but then I was doing something where I think I was using a VGA cable to an HDMI, and I was running that to the upscaler, and the upscaler would send a power signal up the HDMI cable that would power the VGA to HDMI. I'm like, this probably isn't good.
That stuff freaks you out. Like, why would they do that?
Well, I mean,
Who thought that was a good
like
idea?
some Chinese engineer who realized he could save like a fraction of a penny per unit manufactured by cutting out some safety regulation.
Select the casting point.
But yes, I'm not even sure what I did to like break that Dreamcast. I didn't have it. I had it just plugged into like an extension cord. I didn't have it on a surge protector, which was probably my mistake. And I think that's what blew out the.
I remember.
the
I
analog
think
chip.
that's a thing. Because I remember people putting like taking those like PlayStation 2 power dongle things that go on the back, and it basically adds a switch. And I remember people doing that for the Dreamcast because it's so easy to like blow out their
Affiliated, how's it going? Afflicted, how's it going?
to blow out their video with power problems.
Just saving a penny on a single diode. Ugh.
Yeah, you called it.
So, Ian, do you feel like you're getting good at this game? Do you feel like it's a realistic representation of fishing?
I feel like it's, I think the fact I'm catching fish is unrealistic.
That's what I was gonna say.
I remember, like, the last time I went fishing, I was out with a bunch of, like, army friends. We were just sitting out, like, just fucking drinking beer forever, and we managed to catch 2 fish. We're like, fuck, what do we do with these? didn't expect to catch them. So we started a bonfire in the beach and just fucking cooked them right there.
Nice.
Yeah, I find I don't typically fish to catch fish. That's like, ah, damn it.
I don't fish at all. I find it, I don't know, very boring.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean,
I
but
used to
I guess if you're
fish
out
with
with
my
like,
dad as a kid, and we never caught anything. It seemed like, or if you caught something, it'd be something small. It wasn't like, big stuff.
I mean, like I've done like some like real fishing before, where like you buy like a permit, and you're like, okay, if I catch anything, probably won't, but you buy the permit so that way if a game warden finds you, they don't like wreck you. And I discovered that if you buy like a gold spinner reel, and you just go to a river and just fish with that, you can catch stuff all day. It's kind of weird. And I'm like, I had no idea that worked.
I was watching, as I mentioned, every chance I can get. In the Lord of the Rings appendices, I noticed that Strider, between takes, would go over to whatever water bodies were nearby, and he was always fishing, like in his downtime, in his full costume, which I think would
Nice.
just kind of blow your mind if you were out there.
What's going on in New Zealand? I don't understand this.
Jeez, that's a big one.
I remember, like, one of the most boring times I ever had was when I went duck hunting with a buddy. And I'm sitting there, like, drinking a beer, talking to him, he's like, shut the fuck up, wait for the ducks. I'm like, we have to sit here and be quiet the entire time? He's like, yeah, you scared the ducks away. I'm like, we're in a fucking duck blind. We have a bunch of ducks in the water. So we're not going to talk.
Hunting ducks, there's ducks everywhere, pretty much.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, oh, man. And then my favorite thing was, like, no ducks showed up. And I'm like, we could have been fucking talking the entire time, but fuck you. But yeah, I'm like, this is nothing like the NES game.
Yeah, well, that's one of the fun things to do in Red Dead Redemption 2 is hunting the animals. That's what I basically spend most of my time doing to level up and stuff. I guess it's like grinding. But birds especially are fun.
Let's see here. Longshot said, I think you have a certain appreciation towards being outdoors to get anything out of fishing. Yeah, I think you pretty much have to, I think.
Yeah, it's like you want to be outdoor. That's kind of how I felt as a kid. I was like, I'm just happy to be like, out in wilderness or whatever, on a boat. I could be hiking, I could be fishing, I could be swimming. It's pretty much, all the same kind of deal.
I found, 'cause the one nice thing about, like, fishing was you can drink. Like, pretty easily.
Yeah.
It's one of those tasks you can do. And you're like, okay, there's not a huge risk to hurting anyone. Like, I think when you're casting, if you're too drunk, you can have a problem. But for the most part, it's a relatively safe activity to do when you're just kind of drinking.
Time's up.
25 pounds worth of fish. Let's see how... 20th place.
Wow, there's some big
Man,
fish
is
in
a
that
lot of
lake.
fish.
I wouldn't want to swim in that lake. It's scary. Lose a leg.
So I remember, the Idaho Army National Guard partners with Mongolia at times to do stuff. So we send guys over to Mongolia, and they like sit there and talk with them, and they do military training with them. And I guess one of the ways, like, I guess in Mongolia and some of their like weird water tributaries that feed to the Pacific, they have these like gigantic salmon. And the way you fish for them is they have this really weird gopher type thing that has bubonic plague in it. But like they tie a rope around that and throw that into the water and just let it swim around and drag. And they'll pull out like 25, 30-pound salmons that just take a bite out of the gopher. And I'm like, damn.
I watched a documentary on sturgeon recently, and man, they're a weird fish too. I mean, they get gigantic, and they live like hundreds of years.
The casting point.
And I guess in the old days when there were more sturgeon, you'd just have monster, like 300-pound fish. So weird.
That's pretty goddamn Mongolia.
They're probably out in Mongolia still somewhere.
Oh, probably, yeah. That was just funny hearing that story, and I'm like, oh, okay. No idea they had.
Sounds like that's crazy. Bigger than a worm.
Let's see, Snowy Chi says, what are those birds that eat fish for the fishermen? Aren't those the ones where, like, it's like the Chinese use those a lot? Like, some of the old rural villages, they have those fishing birds. They put, like, a ring around their neck or something so they can't actually eat the fish. Something like that, right? Could be misremembering.
Maybe that's why Americans think fishing is boring.
Not using birds and cool shit.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, how you guys doing today? Pretty good?
Really good. Really good.
No, man.
Yep. Fine. I keep getting a little better as the night goes on, and I get further into this bottle. This is like infinite tequila here.
Yeah, that is quite a bit.
Uh,
I had Yahel on my channel earlier when I was dicking around in Red Dead Redemption 2.
like,
I saw Ian showed up in the chat a little bit.
yeah, I was listening the entire time. I just, unfortunately, my new daughter was on me, sleeping. So
How dare she is so rude, Ian.
God, she's this 12-pound fat newborn. I'm like sitting there. I'm like, she just. Essentially, I just take her and let her sleep on me, so my wife can actually have a break for a bit.
She's almost big enough to be a fish in this fucking lake.
Yeah,
You need to keep her away from this lake.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Don't make her their queen.
But yeah, but I was listening to you guys stream. I was just remembering, what was it, like Thursday night? No, Wednesday night? You were streaming Mordor or whatever it was?
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun.
That was good.
I'm so glad you showed up for that.
I was like, nice.
Got to give all of our thoughts on orcs versus hobbits.
Oh yeah, how orcs are the...
Deep thoughts.
Wait, did I just lose a 20-pound fish?
Oh, man.
That breaks my heart. I mean, orcs
You got to
clearly...
keep your lure, though.
That's weird. I'm like, okay, that never happens.
Spit it out.
I always felt really bad, like, when I'd fish and, like, I would throw, like... You'd like, I don't want this fish, I'm gonna throw it back, and, like, the hook's through its eye, and you're like, ooh. I'm like,
Or it's somewhere in its stomach.
I think I'm gonna have
What
to
is-
keep you, because...
What is this music in this game? Is it like rock music? Is that what it is?
What? Let me. Like, I actually wasn't listening. Just very rhythmic. Almost sounds like someone's banging on a MIDI keyboard
never
or
mind,
something, like a random sound effects board.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was rock music at first. It sounds nothing.
I don't know. When I turned mine up, it sounded like
when I
some.
was little, I caught a turtle when we were fishing, and I felt really horrible about that. But I mean,
Oh no!
yeah,
It's okay. Turtles live for fucking ever.
yeah.
What I thought was crazy is people like those really angry snap turtles in Florida. People are pulling out, like, they pull those out occasionally, and they'll find like ones with mini balls and stuff in them from the Civil War. And I'm like, you are such an angry creature that you will not die out of sheer spite. You've just been around since Lincoln was assassinated just because you just fucking hate everything and want to bite it.
I have a funny turtle story. So just a few years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, I was in Illinois for the Christmas at my mom's, and we were driving, and there was a turtle on the road near, sort of in a subdivision. I pulled off the road to go get it, and this thing was a freaking dinosaur. I mean, it was like, I'm pretty sure it was either an alligator turtle or some kind of crazy snapping turtle. The thing, like, I didn't know what I signed up for when I pulled over. I got it off the road. I just basically got to the side of the road, and I was like, getting the fuck away from that thing. I mean, it was insane. I had no idea that in Illinois we had turtles like that. I mean, it looked like it was going to take off my finger, like my whole hand, basically. Had a plate shell. Its neck came out like 6 inches. Gigantic. Anyway, that was my good deed for the day. My wife was like telling me to leave it alone. I was like, man, it's like they tell you not to do that too.
Excuse me. Let me switch games here really quick. One sec. Oh, here we go. I had actually loaded up Oregon Trail. There we go. Let's play that one.
So you mentioned Scapegoat.
Oh yeah.
I did the cover for a Scapegoat for XboxUnity.net, which is
Really?
like what your Xbox. If you have like Xbox, if you have Aurora on your modified 360, you connect basically to Xbox Unity to get your covers.
Mm-hmm.
And I did all the Goat games on Aurora.
I was the
I
goat
did
guy.
Scapegoat. I did goats. More goats. And then there's another goat themed game that's like an overhead, like run and gun type game. So I did 4 goat games.
So we do.
You did the box art or the
Yeah, like they were missing cover art, so I put it in
nice.
there.
So easy or normal or suicide?
I don't know. This sounds like an interesting game.
You know what? I'm probably gonna die, so let's just do that. Okay, we can do the dude. I'll pick this guy because he's thinning hair. It seems like me. Yeah.
So So this is probably like an Xbox Live arcade game, right?
This is like a little PC game.
'Cause I used to play Dragon Adventure for Xbox Live Arcade, which is
Oh
like
God.
with like Triceratops and Gatling guns and things. I think it's been delisted.
Yeah, I've never played. I played a lot of Oregon Trail, especially lately, but never played this one.
Yeah, I did a video on this forever ago.
This is cool. This is like I'm drinking tequila and watching a wrestling with gaming stream.
Yeah, we can put some people's names in here. Because it ends up a lot like Oregon Trail for the most part. Well then, it looks like I saved your bacon. I reckon I stand a better chance out there if we stick together. My name is Clemens. I used to be a priest. Not much use of those nowadays. What's your name, partner? See if I can make it here. Come on. Alright, who else do I want to add? We can do Yahel.
My name's Mike, by the way, if you guys don't want to call me a
that's
weird
Smoke.
avatar name.
And Mike, and then, all right, who's our 2 other folks that are coming with us on the long trip to potentially die?
Gotta add Ash in here.
Okay, I got Electra and Ash. And
And
then...
anyone else who's still active here.
Yeah.
Oh, John Rogers wants to be in the party.
Okay, I got John
There you
Rogers. All right, John. Okay, let's see how this goes. I've never succeeded in making it across the country in this game, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, I forgot to use arrows here.
Did you guys played, I assume, Oregon Trail back in the day?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
Apple
cool
IIs and
stuff.
whatnot.
Yeah, I played that in Apple II in my little classroom.
Yeah, it was pretty cool when you got your game time back then.
I remember there was Oregon Trail, and then there was another game that was like Challenger Math Adventure.
So
you
we
had-
had number munchers for math back then.
Did Brutal Moose do a video on that? Sounds familiar.
Number munchers?
Yeah, maybe
Oh, it was a popular game.
Oh, God.
And there was Word Munchers 2, Word Munchers as well. They were like, I don't know. They weren't as good as Oregon Trail. They required thinking.
Ooh.
Like they really like if you were good at basic math, then you'd be good at number munchers basically. Actually, Oregon Trail requires a lot of thinking. Now that I saw that there's like strategy to it and whatnot.
I don't know, man. I've been a few times quite drunk. Now, granted, it's a game that we thought was easy enough for like 10-year-olds to play, and I am 40, so maybe that's why.
I like that when you get on with your girlfriend and we're taking an adult approach to this game nowadays. Really thinking through what time you want to leave, how many bullets you need, which is buckets full apparently with you
Yeah,
guys.
apparently.
Well, it's just
That's
Laney
right.
and myself encourage you to have a lot of ammo.
Yeah, if it was me, I would take like 60 bullets, and I'd be fine. It'd be fine.
We have to put Clemens down because he got bitten by a zombie.
This is a great game. This is much more like Oregon Trail in theme than Super
Yeah.
Amazing Wagon Adventure, which is more of a shoot 'em up.
I've ever played that one. Yeah, did you ever?
I actually got in touch with the people who did the music for it, and I got permission from them to use their music in my streams, and I use it all the time because the music is almost like it might be as good as the actual game itself. They did really good chiptune music for it.
Am I frozen? Oh,
Ian put down Clemens.
yeah. There we go. Okay. All right, that took a while.
Put him to sleep.
Okay, we're leaving DC. We're trying to go out west. Station wagons. Found an abandoned car, but there was nothing to see. Oh, okay. Womp.
This looks exactly like my neighbor's car growing up.
My
Where you could sit like in the back of it.
man, my father had a Buick Roadmaster, where it had like the third row that faced
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
God, I love that.
Oh, that was awesome. I went to school a lot, and I always took the back seat with them.
I remember for a while there was like a mid '80s station wagon that had like a table in the center of the back,
Oh wow.
and I was like, my God, I need that. Smoke Meister. This game freezing or what's going on right now? This is really weird. Okay.
And my neighbors, the weird thing is my neighbors growing up, way later in life, like 30 years later in life, my mom ended up marrying the brother of my original neighbors. So weird. So I've
Yeah,
been
that
back
is
in
weird.
contact. So I've been back in contact with the people, like my friend, like my neighbors growing up, who I haven't talked to in 25 years. I've been back in contact with them because of my mom marrying them. But they drove this freaking station wagon for eternity. You know, just like the one you're looking at here, like a blue, I don't know what it was, but it had sort of fake wood on the side, and you can sit in the back of it. And they drove it like way longer than its lifespan should have permitted. They had my neighbor was into ham radios, so his license plate was his ham radio call number.
What is this neighborhood you were living in? I'm just kidding.
Small town, middle of a cornfield.
That makes sense.
But you knew it was a cart because it had antennas all over it.
Oh God. Oh, God, the aiming sucks. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, man?
Jimmy, get in here.
James Hopper.
Yep, I am married. Sorry, Jimmy.
He's taken,
On
fellas.
this finger.
I'll probably be getting off here in the next few minutes.
Oh, you can get yourself off whenever you want.
Hot. Oh, made it through the horde.
Nice. This does have kind of a Walking Dead Season 1 feel to it.
Oh, yeah. You have to
A good
drag from this. Oh, wait. Oh, that's. Oh. Yeah, you're aiming wrong. Damn it. That actually explains the whole thing.
I was trying to get off to hang out with Lainey, but she has shut me down. She said, no, she's going to join and hang out for a beer.
Yeah.
All right.
So, she'll probably
Nope.
like this game.
Uh-oh. Electron Ash has a fever.
Uh-oh.
That's a bad sign nowadays.
That's not good. It's bad Zeromancer isn't here. A poor guy hasn't lived through like any of my.
Oh,
Oregon
God, you're
Trail.
right.
Yeah.
I should have added 0 to see if he made it. Didn't he die the last time? Like,
Yep.
oh, let's see. Jeremy says he had his V8. So the funny thing is my father was really into ham radio and CB radio stuff as well. So I had a bunch of his equipment just laying around for a bit. And I remember like firing that up and just talking to people and not having a license to do any of that. So I'm like,
Yeah, I remember they had like in the back of their like halfway finished basement, they had like a ham radio area where they did Morse code, and he had his stuff set up. And I remember him showing, us going over there, and he'd be like, "Oh, we're talking to someone wherever." Australia or something. It was pretty cool back then.
That is cool. Ian, did you have a did you have a radio, ham radio call sign or whatever?
Oh, no. No, not enough to ever, like, I would use it and then I'd talk to people and then I get really nervous about using it because I didn't have a license or anything like that. I'm like,
It was like you had to actually get a license for it, because like I remember his was like something like F9CAJ or something like that. Like it wasn't like you could be Smoke Monster on ham radio, which is unfortunate.
Huh, interesting. So like you couldn't. So I'm confused. So like, but you couldn't like use that as a handle also, like your own. Like...
You'd have to have your certain number, and that was your name. I mean, you could talk normally like a normal person, but that was like your call sign or something. But like his license plate was whatever.
yeah, there we go.
F9CAJ or something, and that you could find them that way somehow. I don't really understand it.
Interesting.
One of these people in the chat will probably tell me how it actually worked.
Yeah, I just imagine like little Ian on his ham radio. Trying to spread the gospel of the CDI.
So,
little historic nerd. You played the CDI today?
I'm collecting information on my future purchase of the CDI.
do
James
any of you fellow
Summer?
CB operators out there have a CDI? What was that?
Oh, Lainey, I don't know, dropped something.
Jesus.
Is everything okay
What
back
just
there?
happened?
Is the CDI talk making you nervous? It's all right, baby. The C in CDI stands for climax.
She's just breaking balls.
Okay.
Okay, so like, so in this game, like instead of your wagon wheels and shit breaking, like your car parts break down.
I guess, yeah. Okay, so I have 2 left. I'll be trying to fix the car some more.
This is interesting. You've got like a monkey wrench, and
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, it's like a quick time event to fix the damn thing, and apparently my car needs a fucking wheel. So I'm like, okay.
I've seen. So one of the cool things out here in California is that people will just maintain these old cars forever. You know, because there's kind of a car culture out here, and I've seen some pretty cool station wagons and like things that remind me of that Simpsons Ranchero thing.
Oh, Ranchero.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the real life Ranchero out here a couple times now, I think, and people will get that, but they look like brand new. Really insane.
Oh god. Oh god. I don't understand. It's like with the second I try and aim at a zombie, it aims me in the opposite direction. It's really frustrating.
Can you
Oh god.
do you collect their meat?
And so you scavenged food. Did I get anything?
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but the zombies in this game look like the way the character you play in Oregon Trail, the original.
Oh, interesting.
Like it's the same head, the same body style.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's a neat little detail I picked up.
Okay, can I move? Okay, cool. My tire broke. Alright, so my tire broke, fixed it. John has a broken arm. Okay. Ash no longer has a fever. Alright, you're doing better, Ash. That's good.
Job, Ash.
Yeah, Longshot's a fan of this game. Is pretty fun. But yeah, the aiming controls are kind of really frustrating.
Is this like
It's
a
kind of-
modern version of Oregon Trail?
Well, it's a zombie survival Oregon Trail.
Ah.
That's,
Oh,
so
sorry,
it's-
Miss Smoke. Did I mean to interrupt?
Hey, welcome to our fun here.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to have you here, Lainey. We're excited to hear you were going to join.
Oh, well, thank you.
Smoke or Mike, he does have. Smoke is
I
not
have
his
a
birth
roommate.
name, apparently.
Whoa, it's Mike.
Yeah.
I'm not even a monster in real life.
Oh,
Well, the
What-
jury is out, sir.
Shocked to meet you.
Depends who you ask.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Actually, oh yeah, he's been drinking some tequila. He warned us.
Blotto.
Laney's a big tequila fan. What tequila are you drinking?
I've So
God,
my
John.
wife was listening to us stream earlier, and she was putting together a grocery order, and she added a Kirkland signature tequila, almost 2 liters of it to her order, which is like the Costco brand tequila.
Yeah.
So I was a little,
That's good stuff.
when I first saw the bottle, I was a little startled. I was like, what am I gonna do with this? But it's actually fantastic. Like, and the more of it I drink, the better it gets. So it's gonna be top shelf here by the end of the stream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's good actually. Like, I ordered tequila at some restaurant like a month ago, and I wasn't happy with it at all. And then my neighbor gave me some that was fantastic.
Did you throw it back at them and say, "I'm motherfucking smoke monster"?
Take this back. Send it back.
How
Tell
could
the
you do
chef.
this?
Send it back to the chef.
Do you not know
The
who I am?
chef, I said, you sent the tequila back to the chef. They're like, sir, he doesn't even know how to distill anything. It's
We
not
have a tequila connoisseur out there who's not
tequila
happy.
chef.
Activated Complex says that Trader Joe's mezcal is good and their vodka is good.
Wow.
And I
Trader Joe's has
actually-
mezcal?
Man, all of their alcohol has been great, and it's extremely well priced. I used to go there all the time for that stuff.
Nice. I'm gonna check out that mezcal actually, because I've had mezcal like twice ever and I loved it, but every time I looked into a bottle of it, it was like very expensive. So Trader Joe's sounds like it's probably like a $20 or $30 ordeal, I'm guessing.
Did Jimmy want to get in here or no?
Get in here, Jimmy.
Get in here. What are you doing?
You want me to invite him?
Oh, yeah,
Wondering
yeah.
What you were doing.
The farmland here. Okay.
Oh, you're inviting him? Okay.
Did Yahel tell you that we found Next on what is it called?
Pluto TV. Well, you
Pluto
found
TV.
the old MTV dating show. I don't know if they know what that is.
Do you guys know what it is?
Oh, is that
I
the
do-
one that Brutal Moose did the show on?
Yeah.
I remember watching that a long time ago.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's like basically just like a full 24 hours of reruns of that, and Parental Control, if you remember that show.
Oh god.
So
So
it's pretty awesome.
John Rogers said, "Give me sex. Is there a way to make a wrench gold?"
Wait. Wait. Ah.
So explain these shows to me. Because I used to watch MTV quite a bit, but I don't remember these names.
So next, basically, there would be like either 4 guys or 4 girls, like in the next
No,
bus.
it's 5.
5. Excuse me.
I mean,
And,
I'm gonna explain it.
They were like there to like date, a person or whatever, go on a date with them, and for every minute that they lasted on the date, they got $1. But if the girl or guy that they were seeing didn't like them, they would go next, and then the next person from the bus would like come down, and that person. So if you were on a date with someone for 5 minutes, you would only make $5, and you wouldn't find the love of your life. But the thing that like really makes the show work is that they make these people like make like awful jokes that clearly the producers like scripted and like make them have these quote unquote big personalities, and it's just fucking awful.
What year was that?
Oh, what?
Like
No.
early 2000s, I would think, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe
nice.
even 2000. I'll look it up here.
So it's like
Yeah.
late 90s hunks then.
And then they have like they have a next
Oh
bus,
no! It's
which
something that's
they
broken. Oh god.
2005. 2005. Jesus.
yeah, but they have this like next bus that they keep all of the potential daters on, and they just sit there swapping stories.
Yeah, and they have dumb.
And they
stuff
have a lot of dumb like conversation and stuff too. But a lot of times they'll like the person that they're supposedly gonna date like sees them and immediately like at first impression they're like next, and then they always have like a real smart comment to
Yeah.
say like.
But sometimes it's just like awful comments, like oh, like if somebody gets next to her right away, oh, well, I didn't want to date her anyways. She's flat. Like
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Like that's like no attempt to even being clever or anything. Just like. I didn't want to date her. She, and then they'll name some horrible disability that she actually has. And it's like, oh, okay.
I remember shows involving buses were a thing, weren't they?
There was
Put
was a
people on
limit
a
date
Gotta
like
be
that.
hating this
or-
game's frustrating as hell.
Rock of Love.
Yeah, Rock of Love. Smoke, I'm gonna link you the Brutal Moose video that he did on it, where he kind of goes over it, and it's
Link
also
everyone. Put it in the stream chat.
I wanted it to be just a thing between you and me, but
Oh,
fine.
okay.
Just kidding.
And
Wait, what?
parental control is like almost worse because it's like the premise of it is that they're all like real young kids and their parents hate their boyfriend or girlfriend. So then they'll choose from a lineup of people, like the boyfriend or girlfriend they want you to date, and then you have to go on a date with these 3 people while your current boyfriend or girlfriend sits there watching the video of you.
Oh no.
on
I
the
remember
date,
that.
And your parents talk shit to your current spouse.
Yeah.
For this
I
guy.
guess. Yeah.
So, and then at the end, like, your significant other will decide if they want to stay with you.
Oh shit! Sorry, John.
Oh,
no.
no, Ian!
Hey, you tried. You have to shoot through the hostage. It's the first
Yeah.
thing they teach you.
That's like so. I'm a couple beers deep now, and that was my thought. I'm like, I gotta shoot through them both. I'm sorry, John. I'm so sorry. Oh no.
Well, John, that means you have to take his wrench away, right? There has to be real
Yeah.
consequences. John said,
Sorry.
I should stream this game sometime.
Yeah,
Well,
this is
is
good
this
too.
on Steam?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's like $8. I think it's pretty cheap. Sorry, John. Oh god, I gotta
Okay,
get
I'm
no
gonna
money.
watch that video.
Oh,
This
it's
is
like
Meanest
it's long.
dating show.
I mean, it's a long video. It's like
It's a good one though.
25 minutes or
It's a
something.
goodie.
When I lived in Brazil, those dating shows were really popular there still, and they had like their own Brazilian version of God, what's that one where the people all live in one place at the same time?
Reporting your stream.
Uh,
Sorry.
That could be anything.
Anyways, yeah, where they put all the people in the same place at the same time, and there's occasional nudity. That was huge in Brazil.
Oh, by the way,
I mean,
for
I
anybody,
saw people watching it at least a lot of times.
for
Big
anyone that,
Brother, yeah.
for anyone that's interested in this game, it's actually, I don't know if there's a sale now, but it's only $4.99 on Steam right now.
Oh shit.
The director's cut.
Nice. That's my price range.
Mike, you were holding the map upside down. Oh no.
Oops.
Oh dear. Let's see. Remote shack.
I don't know how to read, so
I never learned to read. Can I sell anything? Sell medic? How do I use medic kits?
so this is called Oregon Trail.
Yep. There we go. Medkit. Here we go. Oh no. Okay, so John's dead. I'm gonna. Okay, feel I use one on Ash. I'll use one on myself. And I'll save it for whoever gets the ball after that.
How
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John.
I was gonna ask how John died, but then I remembered that you shot him.
I shot him. Because like that
About
bandit
4 feet
rolled
away.
up to my camp, and I'm like, I don't negotiate with terrorists, and just shot John. So. I could probably use some money. Recovery. I was looking at that. Okay, let's try recovery. Let's see. Oh crap. Alright, let's try the shotgun again.
So Lainey, I heard you like tequila.
Sorry, I just realized we've been muted for a few minutes.
Yeah, what'd you say again?
Oh, that
So
was
I
Mike.
heard you like tequila.
He said that he heard you like tequila.
Oh, yeah, I like it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I would prefer Crown, but I do like margaritas.
Oh god.
Yeah.
The aiming in this
somebody
game.
brought up
Jesus.
Flavor of Love in the chat. We're big fans. We watched last year, or was it this year? We went through like a few of those old VH1 dating shows.
We watched all of them. We watched all of the Flavor of Loves. We watched all of the Rock of Loves. We even watched all of the spin-offs.
We watched Real Chance of Love.
Exactly. Yeah. Real Chance.
We didn't watch Rock of Love. Though.
Yeah. Oh, I think I did.
Yeah, you were watching it, and I was like, eh.
Well, no, we watched a few together. And Charm School. We watched some Charm School.
Yeah, that wasn't that good. Oh, what was the competition one for the love of money?
Oh yeah.
That was actually probably my favorite.
Yeah, this game is actually kind of panic-inducing, to be honest with you. This is rather impressive.
You're like, oh crap.
Son of a
how one of
bitch!
these zombies is kind of chubby.
Oh, you look.
Come on, Ian.
Yeah, shoot one of them at least.
So I gotta get
You were
some.
doing good with all the shots. Oh, you need bullets?
Well, I got bullets.
You
I got.
don't have enough bullets. You didn't get bullets before you left?
Oh, I made it. Okay, I just had to get to the box. Sweet. There we go.
Well done.
Eric just got $48. Okay.
Oh, I guess this isn't like I didn't pay attention at the beginning. You don't have like a store, right? Because this is obviously the zombie.
Well, yeah, you have a store, so you can like select supplies before you leave, so you kind of gear up with stuff. So I have like 400 bullets, so I'm good there. What crap?
You guys think that's enough?
Actually, in this game, it might not be enough, but and again, Lainey and Ian don't consider that enough for like half of the regular Oregon trails.
Okay, now that I know to aim kind of like where they're coming from, I have an idea.
So Ian, this is so weird because you're like bending forward to like play the game.
Yeah.
This is like side of your head.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
that?
we
Oh.
don't see like all of them.
Lainey thought something was wrong with you.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I was like, is this stream behind or something? Like, are we way behind?
Yeah, he's having a spleen issue. Snow, which one wrote Love of Money last season was canceled due to that dude that murdered his wife.
Wait,
I
what
know that
now?
happened too with the Meg. So there was a Megan spinoff. I don't think that's why Love of Money was.
No,
It's
it
like
was because they did the Megan Wants a Millionaire show, and then
But
they
he
had
was
already
on that.
right. He was on it, and then after the show, he murdered his wife. But they get all the cast members of like those love shows from all these other ones, so they had cast him on there. So then they didn't play the season because.
So
yeah,
I
they
saw what
charged
had
us.
happened, and you actually might be right, but for some reason I thought
I'm for sure I'm right.
I thought
went
what
down a
happened
rabbit hole.
was they aired like a few episodes of the Megan show, that Megan Wants to Marry a Millionaire show. The guy killed his wife, got caught. They canceled the rest of Megan's season after like 3 episodes aired, and then because of that, like the production company was losing money or whatever, lost a bunch of money, and they didn't do the next season of Full of Money.
I feel less confident that I'm right now. Maybe that is what
See, but I feel less confident every year.
happened.
Anyway, Smoke, you've been drinking. Why don't you?
Did they hook up on the show?
What do you mean? Yes.
The guy with his wife? Oh man.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
that'd
No! It was like his ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was his ex-wife, but he hooked up with like the main because it was Megan Wants a Millionaire, and he was one of the millionaires, which is I guess it's comparable to The Bachelor, potentially.
I gotcha. It's funny how as you get older, $1 million seems like less money, doesn't it?
Right.
No. I don't.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Don't get me wrong.
Maybe a smoke monsters and a Uncle Scrooge from DuckTales type pool of money of coins.
I did tweet the other day. I was thinking about Smaug, from The Hobbit, the dragon, and his little fortune that he has. And he basically is just one of us who moved into a storage unit, which is kind of the ideal situation. I'm about to die here.
I got you. Don't worry. Yeah.
I'm alive.
Okay, so it looks like what actually happened is that they played only like 2 or 3 episodes, and then they found out that he was being stopped by police for questioning. But apparently he married this person after the show had already ended.
So she married him even though he was wanted for murder of his last wife?
No. The woman he killed.
Right. So the show ended. Apparently he went pretty far in the series. He was a finalist. which is why they didn't, I guess, air the rest of the show because
They couldn't cut him out.
Right, exactly.
Oh, Ash, I'm sorry. Ash, you may not make it.
Jimmy, I see you're back. I don't know if you knew, but earlier we were trying to see if you wanted to get on Skype. Ash gets shot by a stranger.
I'm sorry, Ash.
I was gonna say that we could just give our extra beans and toast to Ash, and he could get by just fine. Right there.
It looks like I gotta do jobs here to get some money.
Extra beans for us.
Oh, and it looks like after he murdered her, he then committed suicide. So, and he was on that other show. They had already pre-filmed it. So that's why they canceled that.
So basically, this one man brought down the entire love for the love of empire this production company had over at VH1.
Talk about like bad luck if you were working for those shows. Sorry, I got some bad news, and then I have some more bad news.
This makes me want to like make a video about like all the shows and like what led to their end. But
man, if you did a VH1 series, you would get so many subs.
I think I would initially get as many unsubs. People are like, what the fuck is this? Is this
It's
the
okay,
King
you
of
would make
Content?
them up by all the subs.
I feel like that stuff doesn't have that we'd like to fantasize it.
Did it get so big reviewing VH1 videos from back in the day?
Jeremy,
is
this
is the
one is
game
loud.
on here really loud?
Oh, it is really loud.
Sorry guys, one second. It's too loud on my freaking thing.
Why is this guy staring at a smiling your character? It's very sure of himself.
He can only achieve it while he's being shot at.
Jimmy said you never got invited.
We were asking you if you wanted. Well, no, Ian, didn't you invite? I'll invite you, Ian. I mean, Jimmy.
I thought when you guys had it, I'm sorry.
I thought you were doing it. That's why I said, okay, good. I don't want to be responsible.
Wait,
for this.
they don't have medic packs here? Fuck.
I don't know how Skype works. Every time I mess with it, it screws things up.
All right, well, I've invited Jimmy. I'm sorry.
Apparently, they don't have any medic packs there. Hopefully, Ash makes it. I'm sorry.
Ash left the stream. I thought he got hit by a stray
Cross
bullet.
a horde of zombies in order to...
No, that wasn't Ash. That was John.
Wait.
Oh,
John
This
Rogers
is
left.
cool, man.
John Rogers left.
Well, he got killed.
Oh, I did shoot him.
No,
I'm sorry.
Ash left. But John Rogers just died. So yeah. Good job, Ian.
People must be like, how drunk are these guys that they can't like follow along?
We could
with who's left?
feed Ash's body to John.
Oh, okay, excellent point.
Just bust out the guns and clear a path. Nice.
That's kind of like crossing the river, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
This horde is 2 meters deep.
Well, I invited Jimmy after he complained, and then he didn't answer. Oh, it says he's on. Oh wait, not on this call. Yeah. So, Jimmy always playing the victim.
Oh, Ash, I'm sorry. You didn't make it. Sorry, Ash.
We don't even know why. He's just dead.
Lack of toast.
Well, the rest of us have a CDI that we can hide in when the zombies get to be too many. Well, Mike,
Did the
actually, you don't-
did the CDI have light guns?
yeah, and you can use it with modern TVs. It's not a light gun, actually. It's more like a Wiimote.
Yeah, actually, it works with every game on the system too.
Incredible.
So ahead of its time.
Telling you to smoke. What do we need to, like, once the pandemic is over, just like get a bunch of the people that work on Mr. Cores and get them drunk and just make them, convince them, schmooze them to
You know, if you want, because I got like a personal dig dug core on Mr. basically by just whining enough. So maybe we need to apply that to the CDI. Like if we just sort of nonchalantly whine about something long enough, you'll get a core for it. We got all these arcade cores, and then we got into like CPS 1 or something. I'm like, And I kept complaining. I'm like, we have CBS One, but we don't have Dig Dug. Come on, this is like early '80s technology, people. It can be done.
Yeah, and Dig
And
Dug's a
eventually, they wanted to shut me up because I'm a YouTuber, and they made a Dig Dug car.
classic. So maybe I could just make videos like those retro gaming drama style videos.
Guess what Mister's missing? Mister, more like Mrs.
Yeah.
That doesn't. That sounds wrong. Jeez. Okay, don't use that one.
It'd be like, Mr. Core Programmer's racist against the Dutch? Is that why they don't want to make a CDI core? That'll be the title of the video.
Click here to find out what Mister doesn't actually have. No, sorry, that sucks.
Yeah. It's okay. I know, I'm trying to think of like Mr. Puns too. But
It's a lame subject that you have to somehow make popular.
I like that. I like how seriously Ian is taking this.
I
game.
am
Earlier,
fucking
he was playing
focused right
Dreamcast
now.
And didn't give a fuck about what was happening with these fish.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
never heard you so quiet.
I know,
right?
I
This
game
thought
is,
you were, like, doing something.
Look at the concentration on this face.
Sure, did Ian die? Did you have a stroke? What's going on here?
I haven't seen Ian this concerned about something since we were at PRG and his wife called him to say that he got into a car accident. Which really happened. By the way.
Yeah, that did actually. The sad part was my wife was like, she was worried I was going to be mad. I'm like, I don't give a shit about the car. Like, are you okay?
What a good husband.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he went on to have kids even after that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys already had a kid. She was with the kid, right?
Yeah, she was with my daughter in the car when they got in the accident. So.
Historic
man.
baby, as I like to call her.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got some...
Well, this chat is way less cool without that snazzy background music.
Oh, yeah. Look who's here.
Hey.
So okay, so you and Yahel are getting the health packs here. Let's keep going. Okay,
Oh yeah.
Jimmy, how
I
you
like
doing?
how I'm doing fine, thank you. I love how Yahel, his true colors shown. He's like, oh, just trying to play the victims. Like, I never got any invite. That's honestly it. I've just been working on a video, listening, and actually I was in the bath when I was listening to Mike Smoke Monster talk about his wife, and I was just like,
Oh, you were in the bath?
I was actually, yeah. Sometimes I listen to these things in the bath.
Okay,
'cause,
WSD
you know,
to move. Okay.
how does that sound? You want to leave your life? Anybody? No.
So so I have up and down, but I can't go back and forth. Wait. Oh, wait, I can run them off the road? Oh, but you lose car health though. Shit. But I can murder the bandits though, so I just do that.
These are some sweet rolls they're doing
Yeah,
forever.
look at that.
Nicely done.
It's like I'm playing
Watch out for
Stampede. I'm
motorcycles.
playing Stampede on the freaking television right now, so I feel like.
What is the internet meme? Legend has it those bikers are still rolling down the road to this very day. And cue the Limp Bizkit song and all that stuff.
So I was taking an extended bath in Red Dead Redemption 2
Oh.
when Yahel joined the chat earlier today. And it kept getting saucier and saucier. Eventually, I even had a female entered the room and started helping me take the bath. And I wondered how far they were going to go with that. But
None of those were coincidence, by the way.
in the end, it was just a bath. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But that's why you watch the live streams. You never know.
Raid? You meet some three
Well, I
of
saw
their
that you've
scrap-
been streaming. It's usually when I'm at work, but I was like, oh look, Smoke's streaming more often these days.
Did you guys see John's message, Ian? What's it like to be a murderer?
John, I thought I had to shoot through. Like, I didn't negotiate with terrorists and I shot the hostage. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John.
John, you couldn't see this, but after he accidentally shot you, in our Skype call, he sent us a message that said, "That felt good."
God.
And the message whispered, "That felt right. That felt like me."
Something
So
about
it
that
is how
felt
it
good.
finished.
Go.
So, anyways, follow Historic Nerd on Twitter at I Know Who I Am Now.
Well, I mean, Ash died of a stray bullet for some reason. So
Yeah.
who knows where that came from?
Someone shot it.
It's,
Yeah.
Somebody shot it.
Yeah.
You hit a deer.
You were aiming for the air in front of his head, but I guess it went astray and hit his forehead.
I panicked. All right, it scared me.
We used to play with guns when I was a kid, and one of the funny stories was that one of my friends used to swear that we shot a rifle like right past him one time. He always told the story up into our teens that he always said he could feel the bullet pass his head or something. Like,
Was it
wow.
paintball? Actually.
No, these were like 22s or something.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that still could have killed him.
It's enough to kill you. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I think we're gonna get going. It is 2:30 in the morning our time, and
Sorry, shouldn't have
Wanna hang
told
out for a
the
bit?
gun story.
Well, going out on a low note.
You're leaving because I'm here. You know,
it was Jimmy being here that no, Jimmy,
You can't have two alpha males in one stream.
can't have any apparently in this stream.
yeah.
We're waiting for one to show up.
No, but Jimmy, it's always good to hear from you. Don't get to I miss having you in our Twitter chat. So it is always good to hear from you.
Terrorizing me. No, it's always good to hear from you guys. I heard Alien in the stream earlier. I hope you guys are doing well. Having your Florida adventure, settling into that.
Yeah.
Speaking of old Twitter chats, have you talked to Genovi lately?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
you heard?
Thoughts and prayers. Yeah. Just out of the blue, I just kind of to
What
respect
happened
his
to Genovi?
privacy. Just
I
going through a
don't-
tough time, is what I'll say.
Yeah, a few
Like
things
we-
have happened.
Yeah, a few things have happened. So, but yeah,
It's gonna be fine. Everybody, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's like.
He is dying, everyone.
Sad.
So be very concerned.
Yeah,
And sub to his channel if you haven't already. Genovi.
Yeah.
That'll make him feel better.
Every new sub is another day he stays alive.
I thought he just hit a new.
He's
new
looking
landmark.
like T.
Never enough subs.
An alien.
God, come on.
Yeah.
There is. He's probably got a lot. I haven't checked out his because he hasn't been putting stuff obviously for being busy and everything and other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's
And
on
his-
the ch-
Yeah, he said he's at a
terminal his terminal disease that's unnamed.
he does not have a terminal disease.
He's dead. Sexy.
Oh well, yes, there is
Yeah,
that.
this
That's
is pretty
true.
hard, Ian. Jeez.
I know. Well, here's the thing. Like, actually, when you do the
Create
multiple
a
scraps, it
scene.
throws them at you at different speeds as it goes. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not nice. I'm like, I was expecting them all to be the
bad
same
drunk
speed, but it's
game.
yeah. I'm like, this is not a good drunk game at all.
Yeah, this is a little bit more
Apparently, my
yeah,
gas
this is a
cans
little
are
bit
full
more
of water.
complicated than I expected. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and one of your gas tanks is filled with water.
Yeah, I'm like, God, that's great.
The fuck?
Sorry, I thought that would be funny.
Oh, Mike
right.
tells an inspiring story about 22
It's actually
pistols.
urine.
It's
Looks
actually
like the station wagon's gonna. We're all
It's
gonna
gonna
outlive
take a
it.
crap any
Yeah,
second,
it's gonna be the
yeah.
next person that Ian has a bullet go stray into it. But all right, anyways, guys, we're gonna get going. Have a good night.
Well, I've already
Night.
murdered John, so who's next?
Night Laney.
Sick.
Night Yahel.
Yeah. Now we don't have Yahel to hold you back.
Yeah.
So you don't need to give him food anymore. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, I probably should. Oh, I probably should have bought a medic kit. That was a bad idea. Didn't realize how low our health was. I was not paying attention to that.
Thank God you're not drinking and parenting all the time like this. Oh shit! I forgot to feed the baby. It's gonna be
Yeah.
like a scene from Train Spotting.
Ooh, God, yeah.
Your dog
Oh.
is your dog's entering the stream. I love that.
Oh,
The dog is
shit,
ready
the
to
corner,
take
yeah.
It's gone.
Well, you missed the other part where she's actually standing, like, standing on the side of my chair. It's pretty funny.
That's impressive blue screening. Just gotta say.
What would I have going
Do
on?
you use blue or green screen?
Green, actually.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it's not bad. I would like to see some more of these blue screening in the Han Solo and Chewbacca keyboard. Falcon
Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, it's on my list of things to do. I just got distracted with other projects.
I want you to green screen yourself in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, but wearing your secret Star Trek uniform. I know you have one of those.
My Han Solo cosplay.
Your Han Solo cosplay.
No, you have to create a 3D recreation of the Millennium Falcon and then insert yourself into the actual thing.
Oh, it would make it even worse if it was like a 3D
Yahel
recreation
raised
in
the standard for
Minecraft.
us.
Nah, Yahel just ripped off that 50 Cent music video Heat from like 2000. I saw that and I was like, this is where Yahel got his ideas. 50 cents!
Did he?
Gun it!
Oh
I
god,
can't
oh
do a
god, oh
Chewie
god.
impression. Sorry.
Is that what that was? I thought that was Ian making a noise.
No.
Like, oh, I'm running away from zombies.
No, I died. No, I wish I had epigraph.
That's pretty good.
All right, well that was that was Oregon
Oh,
Trail.
there you died.
I
Oh,
died.
shit. You got eaten.
I eaten. Yeah.
You got eated. Oh,
I
Jesus.
find the green screening's all about lighting. So I find that's the big key thing. Is what I've discovered. Yeah, so let's
Green screen in the Lord of the Rings. I didn't really ever
Well,
think about
so
that.
Oh, they did?
Lit.
Yeah.
Let's see, what was the other game I had here? We could do some Escapegoat, which I really like.
Nice.
Scapegoat.
Haven't played that one in a long time.
Activated Complex is mentioning my favorite food, Nerf.
Nerf or nothing?
Like
Just
the guns.
Yep. Billy got a Nerf nuke.
Oh God, you're the one, like, you know when you go to the thrift store and you see these Nerf gun missiles and they're like half chewed up. It's like, oh, it must have been a dog. No, it was actually Smoke Monster. Just giving his leftovers over to the poor people. You're real sick. Let them eat Nerf. Moment for you.
Apparently,
Let them eat foam, maybe.
Scapegoat is not launching, and you're just looking at my Steam library. Hope you
Oh,
enjoy
it's
that.
actually a goat sleeping.
Yeah, it's kind of a really cool.
Fires.
Wow,
what?
you've got a lot of you own a lot of Steam.
I do.
That's a big F section.
Yeah, I think I have like over 500 or something like that in this thing.
Damn.
Oh.
Now, for most of those games, like, you'd have to like install them in your computer to play. They're not
why?
all like installed at the same time, are
No. I don't think I have enough hard drive space actually.
Just the light gray
Crazy.
ones are installed.
they? Okay.
Just
you go.
so apparently Scapegoat is not launching, so that's cool. All right, well, all right. Let's stare at the wine glass a little bit. Sorry about that. One sec here.
I run into that a lot with Steam, where things will, I'll click stop and the game just won't stop ever, pretty much.
Yeah, I find you have to like kill it in an external
Yeah.
application usually.
Yeah, that's the only way to kill a lot of games. Pull up the
Yeah.
Control Shift Escape thing and then kill it manually.
Mm-hmm. Apparently that game is not stopping. All right.
Well, I'll be
You
back.
could count the wine, whatever you call that, swishes. You're gonna be back and you get some more tequila.
You got
Start
it.
setting
Yeah.
some of those
I'll
photos.
be right
So
back. in
one swish.
second.
Okay.
Can I get in the same rotation as the wine glass? That's really hard. Yeah.
It's hard, but you know what? I think people are drinking enough where it's like, wow, it's perfect. It's spot on, man. Great job, Yahel. It's like, oh.
I might have to reboot my laptop because holy crap, my
Oh.
yeah, it's frozen right now. One second, I'm gonna restart my laptop here. Hang on, it's having a bad time here. Yeah, Scapegoat was freaking out my laptop. I'm like, oh god.
Afflicted asked if Task Manager wouldn't kill it. I
No,
guess
well,
it was,
here's the thing. My laptop was really mad about it, and so it was literally frozen when I launched Task Manager. So I'm like, that's new.
Dang. Okay. Well, it's nice that you have separate machines to where like you don't have to kill the entire stream.
Well, so what's funny is the my laptop. This is actually a pretty good gaming laptop that I bought when I got that. I was on the training deployment, and so I use this for like a lot of gaming. Actually, it was one of my primary video editing things for a bit because my old tower I have here is like 10 years old. Still a good computer. It's just not really good for video editing or any of that stuff anymore. Just because it's so outdated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm always afraid that if I'm streaming or something once my laptop gets cut out, it's game over. Like that time that you were on the stream with me, I believe, with Bob. I was like, all right, let's play some Super Famicom. 10 minutes later.
Oh, I think I remember because you were having like
You might have
weird
actually
power
been-
cycling issues for a bit, weren't you?
I just had to. I guess like there was a lot of dust in the computer, and I took it to Bob, and he cleaned it up, reapplied some thermal paste, and it's
Nice.
good as new for a while anyway.
Yeah. So like for right now, it is what's the temperature in my garage? It's 26 degrees. So thermal. So computers overheating is really not an issue out here.
Right.
So that's the nice thing.
That's what's nice here in winter. I'm like, like right now it's like I'm probably gonna render. I had like a render earlier too. It's like I don't have to worry about fans or anything. Just it's cold right now.
Wow. So my forehead is almost as white as this background. No, wait. Now if I do this, it actually literally continues into the background. Wow. Goddamn, I'm white.
What if that white background actually is your forehead? It goes
It's
behind it?
actually so. If you know, I actually use After Effects to make my forehead smaller. Wanted to let you guys know that right now. I'm sorry. This is actually the entire size. This is actually the entire size of my forehead. Just to let you know.
And you also have a glass of wine. It's a tattoo, and actually your forehead's so big it's wiggling right now, so it looks like the wine
The
glass
camera's
is
just
moving.
really zoomed in. That's what's
Like
going on.
Petunia from the Adventures of Pete and Pete. Yeah, it's like he's just making it move. Just his tattoo's making it move.
Ah, good shit. Okay. Let's go here. So apparently Scapegoat is not wanting to work. So we can do... Oh, actually, here we go. I got Calm Down Stalin was another game we can do. So let me launch that.
Did you do a video about that like a long time
I
ago?
did forever ago, and I had
I think I remember
that
video,
entire
yeah.
thing was built around a 5-second joke involving my dog, and I thought it was hysterical. So I did the entire video.
Yeah, it must have been like.
And I even memorized I think like a 30-second monologue or like a 40-second monologue or something like that, just to talk about fucking Stalin and talk about this game. But yeah.
Oh, there's Dixon. It's Windows. Fuck security.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a plebeian that is a Windows man.
All right. So the way this game works is you have an enemy invasion timer, and as soon as you get to those dots, the enemy's going to invade the USSR. So as Stalin, you have to manage your stress as well as fend off the enemy by putting your finger over the doomsday button here. But then you also have to manage your stress by smoking a pipe, so it calms you down. That calms you down. Oh, yeah, but you don't want to touch the button, otherwise you kill everyone. So yeah.
Oh God.
Hey, Montoya, what's up, man?
Inevitable.
Inevitable.
You get me too. I just got Team America again. I felt like I needed to watch it, so I bought the Blu-ray for real cheap. That movie's so
man.
fucking funny.
It's
I need to watch that
my
again.
4th of July tradition.
That's the best.
I don't think I've seen it for at least 5 years.
Well, this looks
Dude,
bad.
I was laughing my ass off.
But yeah. But the entire premise is it's a pretty funny game because you're trying to stop the enemy from invading you by threatening and saber rattling. And it gets even more intense where you have to have a phone you have to pick up and some other stuff, and it gets more and more ridiculous.
I think with this character model of Stahl, it's very impressive, his face, but I think you could just do a little bit of a colors palette swap and do Calm Down Hussein.
Oh, see me?
Make him a little bit darker. Look at that.
You could do
Need
Calm
some
Down
flavor.
Colonel Sanders.
I guess-
Yeah, you could.
Ah,
That'll
yeah.
work.
Yeah, just get a lot of whites in there. Oh.
Okay.
So how many levels are these, or how many stages?
God, I don't know. I've never actually beaten it. I
Please?
know there's a fair amount. Let's see here. Phone unlocked. Ending the call abruptly or failing to answer decreases. Yeah, so you have to like maintain state integrity. So you have to answer the phone. You have your tiredness. You have to like smoke cigarettes and drink coffee, and it gets way more crazy.
Do you know how
Sounds
this
pretty
game
realistic.
sold well?
What was
Yeah.
that?
Did this game sell well?
I don't know.
Because yeah, I know. I was gonna say I know this game because of your channel, but back then I didn't pay attention to anything on the PC, so I figured it was like, oh, this must be one of those games like Papers, Please. Must be a hit with the kids.
Okay.
He kind of moves like a fly.
Yeah.
His general movement.
I have to make sure I hear the
Nice.
phone here.
Breakdance.
Oh, and then he has like a general like a shift downwards later on. So if you don't pay attention and you're hovering over the button, he'll shift down and just hit the button automatically. So it gets like kind of. But the closer you get to the button, the more the
It's
like, doomsday clock goes back. So it's kind of.
Is that game over if you hit the button?
Yeah, it ends it.
Well, it's the end of the world. It's like the end of what do you call Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah. We'll
Trevor has
meet again
historical
in the
trivia about
end.
NASCAR.
What was the what?
That NASCAR was born from moonshiner
Oh
bootleggers.
yeah.
Kind of neat. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh my God. Okay. He wants to hit the button.
Fast car. Fast.
But actually, I don't know. Have either of you guys seen the? So I discovered a Chinese propaganda game on Steam.
Oh, is it called Bang Bang Fang Fang?
Kinda.
That's topical.
Kinda. It really is.
That's awesome. I wanna see this. I want you to do a video on the old propaganda games. That was an old staple.
I think I've heard you talk about the propaganda game, but I haven't played it myself.
Oh, I'll have to show it to you before the end of the night because it's a favorite of mine.
Stalin also kind of looks like he's doing the Macarena.
I have to hit the light, otherwise it stresses you out.
Okay, good. Oh Jesus! Stop hitting the lights.
Yeah, if it starts flickering, it kind of. So,
This is probably the most historically accurate game ever made.
it's just Stalin
the
sitting his
last-
fingers over waving a nuke.
These
So
are
are
like
you
the-
supposed
this
to wind back the enemy invasion timer?
I think at times you can wind it back if you get close enough, but you're supposed to stop it from getting to the very top circle. Is the way the game works. It's kind of just a goofy little game. I remember making I did a whole video about this guy. I just thought it was so fucking weird. It was just fun.
He looks like he's watching himself on camera, like he's doing like a TikTok video or
So
something, like those kids do.
Yeah.
I blow up the world. Oh no, I don't do it. I just play with my light.
But yeah, so you have so day one, the war is at the door. Today's the beginning. But yeah, so that's essentially the entire game, and then it adds more and more things you have to manage that do different things, like state integrity, stress levels, tiredness. So it adds a lot of little elements you have to like do. So the game gets progressively harder as it
Yeah.
goes.
Does this give you real stress?
Yeah,
this
it's
the
good. It
games?
gets a lot harder as it goes. Okay, where is it? So here's the Chinese simulator game I found. That's really, really amusing. So I found this, and I was sitting there, and I was looking at it, and just it's full, developed by a Chinese studio, all this stuff. And I'm like, wait, should I download this? I'm sure it probably has a virus. But then I'm like, well, I'm playing this on a Lenovo laptop, which, is half owned by China, in front of my Chinese manufactured smart TV. So I'm kind of like, I guess it's too late at this point.
Yeah.
So
also,
if
I think watching an NBA game these days will get you praising Jin or Xi Jinping more than a video game.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're good.
Yeah, but yeah. So this, so here's this game. It literally just starts,
Whoa.
and
some sharp-looking graphics.
it's built in the Unreal Engine, and they've released some updates. So you have your DF-41 theater tactical nuke launcher. So if you stare at the instructions printed down here on the floor, you can bring up your you can bring up your launch control pad here.
Type Huawei.
So let's get this. So let's get into the vehicle by hitting enter or E, I mean, You hit
It must
enter.
have been easier for them to
R.
program that thing on the ground than it was to actually have a splash screen
Clearly,
on
they've
top.
played a lot of video games. Whoever made this,
Yeah. I mean, like
to
who
know that the instructions are normally printed on the road.
the road in front of the player as it starts. So then you
Oh,
you bring up your
pretty.
tactical nuclear launcher. What is it? R. Let's see, R raised it. How do I bring up my controller here?
Much more realistic launch effect update coming on July 18th, 2020.
Countdown.
Did you get that? Or was that propaganda too?
Oh, okay. It didn't start the countdown by hitting T. So I gotta get back in. Sorry, one sec. T. Here we go. So I gotta look at my keyboard here.
One as a country.
So let's go. Let's type in the password to fire the missile. Huawei here. And it records every keystroke you do, so you got to make sure you.
Oh, including your passwords to all your financials.
Yeah. So then
Be
we'll bring
careful.
and then you can watch this. So in 11 seconds, we're gonna fire a tactical nuke. I have no idea what country, so.
Just pick over, yeah. It's whatever.
U.S. formally
Winnie-
Yeah, the U.S. formally
Look at that.
recognizes Taiwan.
Wait a minute. Does China have stealth bombers?
Well, so these are like their unmanned aerial drones, which are, stolen from American firms for the most part. So we can watch this rocket go into orbit, and it's going to go, you're going to follow it up here, and then it's going to do a thing where it toggles over to, like, Google Earth. So, yeah, so it does this.
China steals everything eventually, so
Mm-hmm.
they'll have stealth bombers soon. Also, they're apparently stealing Google Earth. Where are the Google watermarks?
Yeah, so, okay.
I mean, Google Earth is pretty impressive. You gotta admit.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, so you have...
They're like, we want that in our game.
Yeah, so I can show you some other goofy stuff about this game, but let me show you some other interesting things here.
So did you just nuke the moon?
I don't
Where did
know.
that
I don't
nuke
honestly. I
end up?
don't know where that nuke went because it gained altitude psychotically fast. But I can
I
tell you,
just
so if you-
realized this is paid promotion, Ian.
Oh yeah. So I want to let you know the stream is brought to you by the CCP, bringing better futures to you tomorrow. Yeah, but yeah, a gigantic. How do I get rid of my freaking? I can't get rid of my little launcher pad here. So that's.
You're also holding it above your head like a crazy person.
Ah!
I got
So-
the launcher.
So let me show you. So it gets even weirder. So we'll go down over here and we'll use this little bunker key thing here.
So is this anime? Is this the anime thing I've been hearing about?
Is this anime? Is it manga?
Yeah, it's actually pronounced anime.
So let me restart here really quick because I fired the missile and I glitched out the game. There's weirder shit I can show you because I've kind of explored this a little bit and I thought it was just so odd. How do I quit out here? Because you have to just. I think you just have to literally kill the game. Sorry, 1 sec, because it doesn't have an exit.
I think we need
It
to
doesn't.
email
It
support.
legitimately doesn't have a menu.
You should actually email that support email at the bottom and just see who gets back to you.
See what?
See what
Ah, you played our
viruses-
you played our game. Ah, okay.
What viruses are going to ruin your next stream?
I'm gonna get abducted by the
Prevent
Chinese.
you. They should do virtual C.
Okay.
Be
so
this
you-
game, but it's just constantly banging hot models.
But yeah, then you have this gigantic China flag up there. So you have a. So essentially,
won't
then
find
you
that
have
in,
your
Red
you.
Dawn remake.
Oh god, yeah. So you have your Chinese knockoff F-22 5th generation fighter here, built with stolen technology. Then you have your.
Yes.
Then you have your.
China-
To be fair, Hot Wheels made that information publicly available.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you have like
Where
your
I was
interesting.
made.
I think it's like a. I don't know what the Chinese acronym is for their tank, but it's like their take on the. So the one thing that always made the U.S. military, the M1 Abrams, really impressive is the fact that it has a jet turbine engine in the back that makes it just absolutely a monster in terms of how it can move.
Really?
Yeah, so it can go like 0 to 65 in probably like 15 seconds, and it's just a monster. But like the Soviets, they have like, or it's not the Soviet, the Russians. Sorry, I'm a little out of date. The Russians, they have like the Armada, which is supposed to be their mimic, but their typical T-72s, T-52s, T-90s are all like diesel based. But their Armadas are supposed to be like a mimic of that. But this is like the Chinese copy of an Abrams in some respects, so it has a lot of like the reactive armor. But yeah, sorry, let me. I'm distracted. Sorry.
Interesting.
Sorry. When I get drunk, I talk.
Afflicted
Sorry.
asked
I
if you
didn't
paid
notice
money
a
for
jet
this,
engine.
but he only
Oh,
sold
you
out
didn't notice a jet.
eventually.
So okay, let me go back to the tank here really quick. So the way like the
Also,
M1A.
you are like the fastest Chinese man ever. Like, this is why
Yeah.
they think they're gonna win the Olympics with this guy.
Yeah, so an M1 Abrams back here is it's essentially it's a jet turbine engine that's put on its side, and so it uses all that power, torque, all that stuff going through this like compartment back here.
You just pushed the tank.
Oh, apparently I didn't. Oh, I can push it. Interesting.
You are Chinese Superman.
But yeah. So it's really interesting if you ever stand behind an M1 Abrams. And what's really interesting is so like if you stand back here, it just blasts out the hottest air possible, but it's psychotically clean. So it's kind of fun on like a stupid cold day. If you're really cold, you can just stand behind M1 Abrams and it just pours out hot air, but it has no exhaust smell or anything to it.
Oh.
It's legitimately the most impressive thing I've ever had.
It'd be nice to have in your garage right now.
Oh, it would be great.
Yeah.
I'd be like, so, yeah, let's take the Abrams home for winter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you definitely pushed that tank. You're a Chinese
Yeah,
Superman.
and apparently it's still
I think
going.
there's an Easter egg coming up.
Yeah, so it's still going. But look, okay, it gets deeper.
Too much
So let
religious
me. So let me show you here.
Get it
So
out.
we can go. Let's go down here into our special bunker. So I'll hit this button. So we're going into our bunker, and there's a video that's going to project onto the wall. That is absolutely carbon monoxide is a sign.
It's like
so.
It's
Okay,
like
all right,
50
all right.
Cent in the club, but
No.
Xi
It
Jinping's
watches.
face.
So this is
Oh
this
my
is an
Lord.
American high school parking lot.
Oh,
So-
this is where you just sent that nuke me, Ian.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing. So you have the Chinese DF-41 nuke launcher is pulling into the American high school parking lot, and it's just
Yeah, it looks like they also pasted instructions on the parking lot of that.
well.
School.
In American high schools, you can. Did you ever do that? You can buy a parking spot and you get to decorate it. Do you ever do that?
No, I've never heard of that or seen that.
Yeah, well, it's like
think
a
we did that
Midwest. It's like a Midwest thing. You basically
Oh.
you pay money at the high school and you can buy a parking spot and
Huh.
you can paint it whatever
Decorate
you
it
want.
with the Chinese flag.
Yeah,
inside.
so you can decorate like Chinese stuff. It's just so it's like this. So you have like that thing pulls up,
Oh.
and there's like an American flag over there somewhere. But it's just so goofy, the whole thing. And you have
Remember
the-
why you're fighting.
But yeah, I
this is
guess
disgusting.
I just found this. And I thought this was just the most ridiculous thing I'd ever found on Steam, and I'm like,
How much?
it's free 50, by the way. So if you want to download this game and experience
Okay.
it yourself, it's free. You too can enjoy the wonders of the Chinese Communist Party.
Jonathan G, hello. This is indeed cyberpunk or cyberpunk.
Oh, so,
I
this
love
is Cyberpunk 2077.
Yes, where's Keanu Reeves?
Yeah,
He's like
so
part
then,
Chinese.
but
He's
so
like a
then
fourth
it
Chinese.
gets deeper. So,
Good lord.
oh yeah, Memp, I really need to try that game. It's a lot like Among Us, but like more intense, right? For Unfortunate Spaceman, because I know Memp has a server that he hosts as well. But so this gets deeper. So for some reason you have an elevator shaft that goes to nowhere with glow sticks at the base of it. But you go through here, and then you
This elevator
have
shaft. You got glow sticks down
so
there.
then you have
Ew.
the modern. So you have the ZZ Ping's whole new thing is like the modern Silk Road and Chinese trade prosperity plans, and you have that just printed. You have that printed right here, and you have the and the crazy thing is so like Kuala Lumpur and Colombo, Sri Lanka, and all that. These are ports that the Chinese had built for free for these countries on the basis of a payment plan. But then these countries couldn't pay. These countries couldn't pay them back. So then China was like, "All right, we'll just take the land for lease for 100 years from you."
Oh.
So that was their plan here. So you have that there. It's got a lot of really weird, deep stuff here. So you got Huawei over here on the wall, ZZ Ping there. Then you got.
So are you winning this game or losing the game?
I don't know.
I think this is actually deeper than we're all like thinking right now. I think this is actually American propaganda, and they're gonna show this game like this is why we need to ban Huawei.
Did you
guys.
remember to
Look at
get
it."
this week's free Epic game?
Oh God.
on the Epic's Game Store, DF41 nuclear simulator launcher. But yeah, so then you have this here, which is really interesting. So has China 1 just right there on the table.
Yeah, like, this is like fucking the worst. There's some guy in the CIA. He made this in his coffee break.
Oh, maybe
And,
yeah.
Like here's send
then-
us to the New York
So
Times.
then you have an American HF radio right there, which I find kind of funny.
War trophy.
But yeah, then you have like a little like keyboard there, wireless, which is bad.
What was that thing on top of the key?
So
That old
I don't
the
so-
light.
yeah.
Or
It looks almost like a gas lantern or something. I can't crouch to look at it
Yeah.
closer, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't.
That's
Looks
how
like
they
a little gas
light their
lantern.
cigarettes.
You come in here, you're like, yes,
they
destroy
burn the American
capitalism.
Yep.
I don't know what the thing is here, but it's just so interesting. So you have that, and as far as I know, you can't go to these upper levels above us because you have like 3 levels of, you have the conference room
Airport
there.
Security.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You have like almost skybox seats to this Chinese war room or whatever this is.
I was gonna say I would like to see you do a video on this, but I think I'd like to see Yahel do it and CGI him into the actual game. Here he is with his Chinese
Yeah.
flag and his when will
This,
China
this
win?
is a bit like the Opera House in Tenet.
I've not seen that
I've
movie.
not seen it. Yeah.
Let's see. Executive
about it.
action. It's like putting the small.
Everything is controlled by a big red button in this game.
Oh yeah,
This
it's
is
all
this is
very
actually the
very
Star
simple
Wars
game
sequel.
mechanics. So let me show you what this game gets funnier because it's very. This is all they built. So let me get in this helicopter here because it lets you fly it. So we'll do that.
It says it
and-
looks like a camping stove.
Oh, God.
which it really did. And also, apparently, you're gonna put Yahel's face as the skybox, is according to John G. So I don't know what kind of propaganda that is.
Oh, I broke it.
Uh-oh.
I got
Did
into the
it?
helicopter in the wrong seat, and then so if you accidentally do that, it
Oh.
will
You can't
just
get out of
hover
the
there. Yeah,
helicopter.
okay.
Oh
let's-
Jesus!
Wait,
Christ.
can I
Well,
fly
thank
the-
God you're Chinese Superman?
Can I fly the jet now? No. Wait, can I drive the?
Die.
So I can drive the.
This reminds me of early CD-ROM games, minus the Chinese propaganda.
Minus.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do
And
this. We'll
high
take
fidelity
the.
graphics.
So let's drive the DF41 out into the desert, and the desert here raises even more questions to me because you have these, in the distance you have these gigantic billowing plumes of smoke,
Right.
Yeah.
which I don't know what they're insinuating.
That's the smell of progress.
That's the smell of progress.
Yeah. Could this be like some sort of Mad Max type of future? Is this what's happening?
Oh,
I know that Australia is having problems
what
with
was
China right
the-
now. Is this just China take over Australia?
What was the? You'll go to the great Valhalla. Huff this paint.
Yeah. Mediocre. That guy just died like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Mortan Joe, like a week or two ago.
Yeah. So we'll
Who?
drive the DF41. The guy who played the
Guy with the bad guys in Mad Max 1 and 4.
Oh,
Fury Road. Yeah. Wait, he's the bad guy in 1? Really?
Yeah, he's toe cutter.
I didn't know
I
that.
think he was in Lord of the Rings. I think he was one of the enemies in it.
Oh.
Mouth of Sauron or something.
Oh.
But that was only in the extended
I'm
DVDs.
awaited in Valhalla, all shiny and chrome. That's what it was.
Naked hobbits. Oh, there you
Yeah, I love
Chinese
the,
desert bus. Didn't
go.
even-
Yeah, this is it.
So,
Yes.
okay, all right. So we hit the
That
max
was one
range.
of the first VR games I played was Penn and Teller's Desert Bus VR.
Oh, I didn't know they had a VR
Yeah.
version
Oh,
of it.
most impressive. It's actually a lot like this.
You're still
So let me see if I can do this. If we go into the desert far enough, I might have to restart to show you what I wanted to show you. It gets absolutely ridiculous.
Could you run faster, please?
Right?
He's Neo.
I feel like I'm just
Except
I feel like I'm a
it's
drone
Chinese
flying over the
knockoff version.
desert right now, just based on the speed here.
Just like run right into a coyote and just explode his body into red mist. It's like, oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah, so you have these
Just
mountains
trying
out
to
here.
destroy the
I guess there's so much stuff here to unravel. It's just amazing. I feel like
Actually impressive, you know. I don't know, like
This
I don't know. I
is-
haven't played a lot of modern.
I mean, you
games
can
except
do
for,
a
like,
lot with the Unreal Engine. I mean, it's free
Yeah.
now, so it's kind of. And the weird thing, I was looking up the game company that made this, and this is the only thing they've made. So I'm kind of like, Okay.
This is like when you want to suck up to your Chinese boyfriend or girlfriend. You put this game, you buy them this game for their birthday.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry we had that fight.
Okay, so now we're off the plane of the reality here. So then
Forgive
it
you
turns out the
1,000 times I forgive you.
gigantic smoke plumes here were just big old single textures just transparently planted in the sky. And then okay, I can't show you the rest,
Truman
but
Show.
so I want to show you the rest of it because it gets really goofy. We get in the helicopter. So let me show you that. I've played around with this game to where I've tried to figure out some of the deeper aspects of it because I'm like, there's more here, man. Oh yeah,
This
the
is what
other.
the red Chinese wanted, Ian. You're spending way too much time. You're destroying the American family unit. I don't know. He just locked himself in there. He's playing this DF40 game.
He's playing this DF41 game. I don't know what he's doing. It's just weird. Oh yeah, they did. I hear they did crack the Zodiac Killer's final cipher, or not final, but one of them,
Saw
right?
an article pop. I haven't read it though, but I'm gonna take a look into it. Is it worth taking a look into?
I mean, it was kind of creepy, but it's like, all right. Apparently, he believed he was collecting souls for the afterlife or something along those lines. So it's like, all right.
Makes sense.
You sure
Yeah.
did, Mr. Zodiac.
Okay, so we have that. Okay, so I can steer this helicopter, which has a giant Huawei logo on the side. I'm like, all right.
They're just hoping that Canada like will arrest the
Yeah.
executives.
So what I find really amusing is I stood around long enough to see what would happen, and if you stand around long enough, these like aerial drones flying around just crash. They can start crashing and exploding, and that amuses me more than just about anything.
What if this is just like this is like a beta version of like their version of Minecraft they're going to use to recruit young people in China?
Maybe.
It's like a big old sandbox, and
Well, I mean,
we've already
it's-
taken over the world.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I'll give it that. Like, it's a gorgeous looking little game because it's on the Unreal Engine. But it's just so strange to me. I'm like, all right.
How much of these
It
textures
is
are based
concerning.
But yeah, then you have so you go to the edge here,
on?
and
Oh, there he
we'll
is.
keep going here, and it gets really goofy because it's kind of like, I think they
Do you
had
think
a
this is all Google Earth?
some of it is. It gets
Or do
even
you think
weirder.
They
So
just
like,
some of it.
highlighted a square in Google Earth, and that's the whole game.
yeah, so let me go higher, and I'll show you.
That's what it looks
So
like.
I think what they did was like the base layer you stood on is some texture they designed or stole from somewhere. But when you get higher, then the sublayer that like interacts with the top one is Google Earth. So it's kind of weird. So like they did it so they could have a seamless transition for the rocket when you fired it. So let me show you. It's really interesting design choice. It's kind of smart. I mean, I don't think I could
What if
build
there
something
are
like this, but yeah.
What if there are secret like Xi Jinping memes hidden here by the developers who probably were like, I don't want to fucking develop
So
this
in
stupid
the
game.
so in the
I want
trailer
to make the next Halo.
So it gets deeper. So
There's
in
a
the
trailer?
in the trailer video for this, you can in that war room, you can watch a Xi Jinping like speech, but I haven't figured out how to trigger it in game. I know it happens externally, but yeah. So let's keep going
Are
higher
there any
here.
big red buttons you've missed somewhere?
Maybe. I mean, it's possible in the war room I
Up
missed something.
mountains?
I mean,
You turn
oddly
the
enough,
camera
I've kind
around,
of
you all the
ripped
red
this game
buttons.
apart just looking around. But yeah.
How did you find the time to like discover
I have-
every Chinese, I guess, propagandist touch?
I don't know. I was having a fun night, just relaxing, drinking a beer, and I was like, "What is this?"
This has actually been like your next Turbo Graphics-esque project. I spent 6 months researching this game.
Let's see. Jonathan G says, "Remember, oh God, I loved America's Army. My brother, he worked for a company called Homeland, who was a server hosting company, and they had the America's Army contract. And I remember him like showing me he could break out of the Leavenworth prison doing certain things because he worked like it was good stuff. Good times." But, let's keep going higher here, and so you see like the map slowly starts to break apart into these different little grids.
Mhm.
So you fall
That's
off them.
bizarre.
Yeah, it gets really weird. Like they made a lot of
It's
weird
so
choices.
weird that they're not linked together.
Well, and it's so interesting because like if you look straight down here, you have this crazy difference in topography between like the dark mountains and the light mountains. And so it makes me wonder. Like I haven't explored out to the texture because I know you fall off the world, but if you know where the paths connect, you could theoretically travel further out. So I'm kind of like, there's got to be more here. It goes deeper.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't know a lot about computer programming, but I would think that there would be a way to just, I mean, if you're already ripping off Google Earth, to just fill it all in.
Well, so what's even weirder
Yeah.
is for some reason it's not happening right now because probably I didn't. If I had banked downward, you can actually see an entire sphere of the Earth, like it's like within this map marker. It's kind of nuts. But apparently, it's not going to show up by going higher, or at least right now they might. I don't know. They are releasing updates to this, so they are changing stuff. Because originally you couldn't fly the helicopter when I first found it.
Oh.
So they're adding more stuff to it periodically, which is kind of funny.
It's also weird that you're designing a game apparently as some sort of positive propaganda, but you pick sort of the middle of some god-awful desert. Did you just jump out of the
I
helicopter?
did, and the helicopter will just stay up there forever. So we're gonna fall perpetually. And let's see
I
if
think
we
you just disappeared yourself, as it's called.
yeah. But yeah,
It's stuff on the Clintons. Disappeared.
let me tell you about
China.
let me tell you about Goldwater. Hang on.
Oh no. Being behind you.
Yeah, so we can just go ahead and skydive forever. But no, I guess I found this game and I thought it was one of the more amusing things I'd found on Steam because I was going through Steam and I'm like, there's so much trash on here. And I was like, what can I find if I search China, military? I was just curious, and then I found this, and I'm like, what the fuck?
You ever go on Steam and so you know how the Epic Store will have one game that's free per month, and you can get it. And Steam has 1,500 games that are on sale for free each month. And if you start to really dig into those, you realize that it's really a matter of quality versus quantity when it comes to games. Because of those 1,500 free games, there are none that you want.
Well, yeah, it's like Steam, whatever they're doing in terms of the Steam store is the biggest piece of trash I've ever seen. It's like, in essence, I had to search to find this, but it was free, and I was just looking around. But to find a good game you want to play on the Steam store is literally an exercise in futility because there's so much trash on there, and it's so badly filtered that the only way you can find a good
I use Google to search Steam a lot. If I'm looking for something on Steam that I want to find, Google gets me to it quicker than Steam searching does.
Oh yeah, it's absolute trash at this point, but it's my God, how slow am I falling?
It also looks like that part that's kind of cut off. It's like there's probably a billion Chinese people rolling a big mat of land over. It's like we're just rolling the terrain onto this empty space. Maybe this is a sign of what's to happen in the future.
Baby.
China is going to destroy the world, and they're going to rebuild it in square patches. But we're all going to be Superman.
Just floating in a...
Yeah. Just floating in perpetuity and also hitting red buttons. As long as you hit the red buttons, you never die.
I think the funny thing, what I was thinking was that when I found this game, I had a random epiphany where I'm like, I wonder if there's random Chinese propaganda on Steam, because they don't filter any of the games that are posted on there. It's like, hey, this game has the Unreal Engine, it's modern, let's just put it on Steam and it's free. And it's just so interesting.
It is crazy. I mean, because, Unreal Engine is free. Google Earth is free, I assume. And you can put the two together, and there you have a game there.
So as I'm
Just throw in
falling,
a couple helicopters and a nuke launcher, and you've got a game.
So as I'm falling right now, if you look at the horizon, you'll see a bit of a blue arc going over this desolate desert.
I see that.
So that is a part of the Google Earth globe that's coming into this part of the map. So let's see if I fall below. Let's see if it'll glitch me into the Google. I don't know. They might have done something because before, when I flew the helicopter, you immediately saw a trippy looking dimension between worlds because you can see the
DMT 41 and not DF.
yeah. So I think that they might have wiped out the color of the Google Earth one or something like that for transitions, but because normally when you get down here, you could see a giant sphere Earth floating below it, but they've kind of changed it. But yeah, so
how did you jump out of the helicopter to begin with? You just walk out?
Just yeah. It's just kind of like playing Battlefield. Literally, it's just like that.
Xi Jinping deems that he wants you out of the helicopter. Gives you the illusion of choice.
You could make a VR game out of this.
It would be
That's
the
for sure.
scariest VR game. Oh,
Oh God.
Falling Forever, the VR game.
Yeah, but yeah. So this is DF41, the Chinese tactical nuke simulator.
Do you hit a bottom eventually, or does it just go
I think it just falls on forever. I haven't spent long enough to do that. I've before when I did this with the helicopter, you could see like different shifts and planes, and then the Google Earth world. So it looked like you were like on the cover of a shitty '70s sci-fi novel. So it kind of was all over the place.
I have to say this is just a bit worrying,
Yeah.
but at least it exists.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
you found it. Somehow.
Yeah, it's really amusing. I thought about doing a video about this, but I'm just like, I don't know. Which is funny is I feel like the people who subscribe to my channel because of my Red Dawn video would probably be all about this. Okay, all right. So that is DF41 Atomic Nuke Simulators. Let me go ahead and turn this on while I browse through my Steam library to show you some other goofy stuff. One sec here. Because you can't quit out of this game. You have to Alt F for it.
Oh yeah, naturally.
Let's get Devil's Dagger. Trying to think what else. Should You Calm Down Stalin, which is a goofy-ass game. So I found another game called Angels Fall First, which is really interesting. It's like a massive battlefield-type game with spaceships and stuff like that. But the problem is, like, no one plays it, so it's kind of a bummer. What else we got?
I run into games. What did I search for? I think I searched for Cyberpunk like a few weeks ago,
Oh,
and I got a
actually-
lot of porn back. like quite a bit of it. Like you get your Cyberpunk 2077 pre-order, and then just porn after that.
Okay, so apparently I have this game installed on another computer on my network, but not on my computer. One sec. Let's see how long it would take to install that. So I have another Cyberpunk game it's called The End, and it's a really intriguing Cyberpunk game, which it amalgamates Japanese folklore with cyberpunk future type stuff. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'll show it to you here.
I got one of the earlier. So before I realized what makes you sick and what doesn't in VR, one of the games I got after the roller coaster games, which really make you sick. There's like this cyberpunk game where it's basically that scene where you're flying the car in Blade Runner. That's the whole game, though. It's just flying a car in cyberpunk world, and it makes you so sick. It's just horrible.
That
for
sounds
your,
great.
For making your stomach churn. There's just no protection at all. What was that called?
I think this game works with controller. Let's see here.
I'm going through my Steam library right now trying to find that. I might have blocked that game or removed it from my library.
Let's let this game go for a bit.
So you might like VR, Ian, because there's a lot of like games that aren't actually games. It's like the Tourist Bureau from Random Beach sponsored this VR game where they took a bunch of 3D pictures and they turned it into a VR experience. And so you just go in and you kind of wander around on a beach. They usually have you taking pictures in those games or something. There's a lot of that stuff. There's one that just came out the other day. I got an alert for it about Versailles in France. And I kind of like want to jump into that.
So I remember, you had Versailles in France, but then I remember years ago you had that, and then I think the Louvre released exclusive DS games. It was either DS or whatever the 3DS was. I think they released like exclusive games for that with augmented reality like things.
Oh, I should look into that.
I remember that being a thing. I could be wrong, but the augmented, it was either 3D, it was either the 2DS or the 3DS was things they had for those. I think they were like crazy expensive now, but I remember those being a thing. and apparently my laptop decided to freeze while trying to relaunch the game. So yeah, sorry. But
Yeah, I created a new set of game or whatever it's called in Steam for VR experiences. You know that they aren't actually games, but it's all this free content I've built up over time. Like museums do it. You know, go see the Sistine Chapel in 3D. Go see blah 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 in 3D, and it's all the stuff you do before you buy actual VR games and stop playing that stuff. Like you get Half-Life Alyx, and you're like, oh yeah, I probably am not going to be spending much time in those 3D experiences anymore. I probably have like 30 or 40 of them.
so okay, so
And they're always free.
yeah, so apparently this game killed my my laptop again, so I'll probably restart it. Sorry. But yeah, so the game I was trying to show is a game called The End, which is, I think it was kickstarted. It's like a game about a fox trying to escape this random cyberpunk reality where humans have let their bodies decay into machines, and the machines have fallen apart to a point where like mankind is just this like random sick collection of robots just attacking things that try and keep pets for some reason. So it's an interesting game in that regard, but it was a Kickstarter, and I'm not sure they've updated it in a while. But neat stuff there, but very pretty.
That sounds interesting. Jimmy, are you here?
I think he might have gone to get beer or something like that.
Okay.
Talking about Night Trap and those things. God, I remember one of my favorite things when looking at. I did a video years ago about the ESRB, and you have Joe Lieberman, a couple of other senators, Democratic and Republican. Enjoy my Windows update queue. Sorry.
Oh man.
But you had them, and they're
That
like,
happened to me when I was watching Lord of the Rings the other day. And I was sitting on the couch and I had my cat on me, and I was like, I have to get up and go back over to my computer and turn this update crap off. Bum me out.
yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, Lieberman, it turns out, is a piece of shit, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I've heard.
When you watch those old replays of the video game,
Oh god, yeah, he's such a
violent stuff.
fucking asshole. But it's like they're sitting there and they can't even turn the fucking VCR and TV on, and you're sitting there trying to regulate an entire gaming industry, and I'm like, you can't even fucking play the fucking videotape.
I do like though that they got like a Sony, I don't know, it's not a 2030, it's the step above that PVM, like a really nice Sony PVM with the big speakers on the side. You see it all over those hearings.
Yeah, they have a
tax
giant
dollars
fucking CRT.
Yeah. But
But,
you pretty much come out of that hating any politician.
Oh
who's
god, yeah.
involved
And
in
my
it.
favorite thing is like when they're like,
so lame.
they're sitting there like,
It
oh,
should be.
this Night Trap thing, you murder women, and they're like, no, you protect them, but whatever. All right, I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Afflicted realizes that I'm drooling right now. It's probably true.
Oh, Patron. If you, I don't understand why anybody likes any politician, honestly. If it takes them talking shit about Mortal Kombat, then that's great. But I think that most people should realize that none of these people are on your side. And I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer here, but I figured this out. I figured this out firsthand when I actually met state and national politicians, and I was like, these are the fucking people I've been working for, or I actually should be working for me as a taxpayer. But I was actually
Desert
working
Bus
for them.
VR, Jimmy. We were talking about that earlier. It starts off, I think, the first 2 hours of it.
Joe Lieberman, or
Yeah, for like the first 2 hours of it, you're just driving the bus, but you can turn the radio on, and if you do, you get like this just rant from Penn and Teller, or Penn, whichever one of them talks, about how much he hates.
Gillette. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a recorded conversation from, I think, the late 90s, where he's talking about how much he hates all these politicians regarding all of their video game stuff, where they're saying like, oh, video games you should be doing useful things like learning how to drive cars and kind of like learning useful skills for your life instead of murdering people. And he's like,
that's funny.
so that's the first 2 hours of the game, I think, right there. It's pretty good.
That's pretty neat. Oh, the first
game
2
is
hours,
also
like the 8
pretty
hours
cool.
or whatever, right?
Weirdly enough, the game is multiplayer online, and so when you're driving your bus, sometimes people pop into the back and they're just riding in there and throwing paper balls at you and stuff.
Whoa. I guess that's some different from the original.
Yeah. Oh, you would love it, I think.
I think that would be a great. If I could stream and just play Desert Bus VR, that way I can actually just chit chat with everybody. That would be
There's
awesome.
so much. it's so boring
So
on the one hand,
weird.
but there's so many weird little things hidden in your bus that you can do. You can throw the paper balls back. You can turn the fan on. Your bus pulls to the right no matter what you do.
Can you get out of the driver's seat?
I don't think you can leave the. I think if you leave the bus, you lose the game. If you do, or if you crash the bus or you drive into the ditch.
So there was recently there was actually a. Oh god, I turned on my thing. So recently there was a game that was like a spiritual sequel to Desert Bus, but it's like a post-apocalyptic type survival thing, where you have to like put together a car and then you drive it forever into a desert, collecting resources as you go. I think it's called The Long Drive or something like that. It actually seems like a pretty good game.
I honestly like the first time I
Perfect
played Desert
stream
Bus
games.
VR. I was in there way longer than I should have been. Just gotta say.
I also have to say real quick, afflicted meant that you're drooling over PVMs and not that you're a drunken
Oh, okay.
fool. So that's a clarification.
Oh, wait, what?
Dixon said, what did you miss? Well, Ian just threw up. Not because he's been drinking, but because we were talking about Desert Bus VR. And he was like, "Oh, I'm getting motion sickness just hearing about it."
The car slightly tilts to the left. So let me.
That's the thing. The game goes on forever, but you can't ever let go of the steering wheel because it pulls to the right no matter what you do. So for 8 hours, if you're going to play it, you have to be there steering it no matter what. It's
a
great.
very large commitment. Are you ready to do should we do the 24-hour charity stream and just play Desert Bus 4 times or something like that,
It's for a
3.5
good
times?
cause. We're pretty much
Yeah.
heroes.
Yeah, pretty much. Did you know that I'm a hero? Yeah, now you do.
You know what? I'm gonna
doing
force
like
everyone
normal
to experience the PC version of Omicron Nomad Soul. Sorry.
I kind of want to see this.
Well,
'Cause I've only ever
baby.
seen her Dreamcast streams.
Longshot wants you to do a 100-hour stream. All right, next stream is gonna be a 100-hour stream, but Ian's just not gonna be at his computer.
Oh,
for-
yeah. God, my
95
record
hours.
for staying awake was like 4 days straight.
Oh my good lord!
Wow.
Is that
Is
how
that
long it took you to
training?
beat Hotel Mario? Sick, depraved.
Let's see. Let me try and get this. I think I can do 10.
I think I've stayed up maybe 2.5 to 3-ish days.
So-
That's my max.
Did you get your spirit name after 4 days?
No, but
That were-
after
why
day
were you
3, I
doing
was seeing robots and shit.
Yeah, you get fucking just after like 2 days, you start just like seeing and hearing, and it's like being drunk all the time, but too drunk to go out and get beer.
Well, it was
Right.
like after
Yeah.
like day 3,
4
I was
days is
hallucinating
crazy.
pretty bad. Like I knew it was, God, it was like in the late 90s, and I
course it
was playing this game called Birth of Federation. I thought it was pretty great. I'm like, you know what? It's the summer. I'm gonna stay up late. I was a latchkey kid, so my mom worked a lot, so I was like home by myself.
Weirdly, I just assumed this was part of your military training, but it's
No,
just to
no,
play
no.
a Star Trek game.
No, it was just the fact that I was a latchkey kid, so it had nothing to do with. So that's fucking weird. Why it's off to the side like that? So that's that one seems a little better. Okay, let's do that one. But no, for military stuff, I think the most I've ever stayed up was like 2.5 days straight, just for training tempo stuff. Oh shit, Adam, what's up, man? Adam in the chat here is actually a buddy of mine. He went to Chemical Bullock with me.
Oh, cool.
Just like PUBG Mobile back in the day, while I game poor. I think he's calling you out, saying you got piss poor PUBG skills.
You know, I like to think during the PUBG Mobile days. So we were all staying in like Holiday Inn Expresses basically on post, and like we would just hang out. It was me, him,
Snoop Dogg?
our buddy Schneider, and then we just.
Oh my
and
God,
then,
Schneider was
Schneider.
a nickname I had for like 4 years in
Right.
high school.
like Rob Schneider.
It's coming back.
Because
Schneider.
it sounds vaguely like my last name,
Mm-hmm.
and it stuck. Anyway, sorry.
Well, now we know.
Vaguely.
But,
You won't dox me with that, but
Yeah.
Let me look up. Was it English?
But no, Adam's a buddy of mine, good guy. I think he has a Ranger tab actually, so nice badass.
Oh, okay.
Fucking stuck
So
it out.
Did he whip your ass in PUBG? That's what I.
No, I like to think it was a nice equal carry relationship. I feel like I was the stronger PUBG player, but yeah.
Okay.
PUBG is like Fortnite to me. I know the kids play it, but I don't know what
I
it
think,
is.
from what I understand, is that the PUBG players look down on the Fortnite players as kids, even if they are the same age.
But so this was PUBG, but this was PUBG Mobile though. So I remember because on weekends on army bases, there's not a lot to do, so we just kind of hang out, drink, and play PUBG on our phones with each other. And then I remember we had a boating accident. This was the boating accident where we fucking lost an entire canoe. and so like I went under and my phone went under with me. So my phone died in a tragic boating accident. And so I had to switch to like my shitty tablet to play. So we were doing all that. But fun times.
What year was this? Again?
2018.
2018. Okay,
This was the year you talked about constantly doing your Aliens review.
That turned out to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was a great video. It just took you 2 years to do it, but yeah.
Hey, well,
Man,
if it makes
If
it up,
I could trade 2 years of my life for a video like that, I'd trade it right now. Because I can't achieve that quality, Jimmy.
you would know. Well, you're being too nice. But if it took me 2 years to make that video, then I'm not gonna make it. Kid, you ain't gonna make it. But I am working on my next video. Is gonna come out probably in a few days. Is a video that was supposed to come out 4 years ago.
Oh,
So-
what's that about?
Oh, you know what it's about? It's about Corey Carlson, who I love, being a cocksucker. No, I don't mean that for real, but it's mostly been delayed because of him. And
Do you
also,
do you have a Patreon?
I don't do, but
He doesn't
actually, I
advertise
just
it.
posted a preview of that video on Patreon, but nobody saw it.
Oh,
'cause-
fuck this. I'm joining your Patreon right now.
Don't join my Patreon, man. You're too drunk. When you've sobered up from your tequila, then you go to Ian's Patreon and donate to him.
Well, actually, I just posted a new video on my
Already on
Patreon.
Ian's.
Actually, I just
A new
posted a new video.
on Patreon.
Yeah, well, a snippet video anyway. One of my shorter ones.
Oh,
Okay,
you
that's
are.
coming out for us
Little
plebs.
fat.
But yeah, the nice thing, so Jonathan G actually, he's doing a full, he's redoing the score for me because he's an audio engineer.
Nice.
I know. I actually need to talk to me and Jonathan G need to play PSO, but you should talk to Jonathan G about performing favors for him for channel themed music, which I'm gonna send him some.
So
3DOs.
I need to
That's
buy
always
Jonathan.
true.
I need to buy Jonathan G
It's
a bunch
very
of
good.
fucking booze or something because he really
Oh.
made the first 9 minutes of my TurboGrafx video like really good.
Yeah,
Nice.
I need to buy Jonathan G just booze just for I don't know.
Just
To
be,
see
just
So
being
is
him.
it? Do you like give him blowies or hand jobs?
We're talking handies or blowies here.
Yeah, they're ain't nothing gay about getting your dick sucked. So with Harold and Kumar.
So thankfully this evening
That's
we
a-
haven't had any donations to the channel, so I have no issue showing you some of the David Bowie music we're gonna listen to here in a minute.
Nice.
Do they steal your donations if you get
No,
copyrighted?
as far as I know, the chat donations are not impacted by copyright claims.
Okay. That's crazy.
Oh god, I forgot. So the mouse in this game doesn't work until you do the FPS sequences. I forgot about that.
So is this a Dreamcast emulator or is it a new version?
No, so
of the
so
game?
this is the PC version of the game. So this came out in '99. The Dreamcast version came
That's
out in
pretty
2000.
cool, actually.
Yeah, so this version has a lot of like better graphics, better draw distance, shittier controls. So you have
Sounds like a PC game.
yeah, so it's a PC game from 1999. But it's kind of funny, like David Cage, he actually left up the developer blog for this game, so you can actually read like he did like a step-by-step thing for this game as it came out, and it was kind of funny. Like the first couple of posts, he talks about how excited he is to go and talk to IDOS, and it's pretty funny.
That's cool.
Have you thought about doing the complete history of Omicron the Nomad Soul and
Yeah.
David Bowie? Please come back from the dead and spend a night with me and Trip Hawkins.
I find myself
That would be
wishing dramatically that the Omicron Nomad Soul soundtrack would come out on vinyl.
Oh, that would be nice.
God, I would love
I just
that.
got a record player a few weeks ago,
Fucking
and
vinyl
it's
is
pretty
great.
fucking sweet.
So, all
right
right,
out of the box, though, I had to do the penny trick, the 10.
Necessarily because of the technology or anything, but because they mastered it differently to take more advantage of the full spectrum of audio that you get with a record, with a vinyl. And so, like, when I listen to Melancholy, I always go to one of my vinyl rips of it, no matter what. Even if I'm on my computer, you know, and listening digitally, the mastering itself was completely different for those. And Siamese Dream was the same way. It wasn't until their, like, post-2000 records where it kind of became the same thing for both. And I think that goes pretty much all the music from the 90s. The vinyls had way better mastering because they knew the people listening were doing it for the audio quality. But that's a very problematic thing to talk about online.
Problematic. Oh, that word.
Oh, I get so
problematic,
much
I
crap
find
for that.
problematic.
Let's see here. It's Historicnerd. You might be running into mastering difference, lower dynamic range, aka the loudness wars. Potentially. I don't know. I sat there just.
Wars are serious though for CDs too. That's, you know.
Well,
no
like, so
question.
like I have the David Bowie Black Star album. I have that on CD and vinyl, and fucking the vinyl is so much better sounding than the CD version
and the
of
Pumpkins have been re-releasing everything supposedly from their masters on digital. The problem is they're getting more of the volume wars than you had in the 90s. So they have more normalization applied to their re-releases than you did on the original CDs. It's really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I buy every single one, of course. But...
Like, I remember it was who was it? It was Chris Perry. It was like, hey, Ian, do you have a fucking Patreon? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, why don't you fucking share it? And I'm like, well, yeah. Yeah, because I'm like, oh, I don't like to advertise. I don't like to be called a shill. Because I'm like, I don't. Pretty much all the money from the Patreon just goes immediately back into the channel. So I'm like, all right.
Buying,
yeah, that's what people
keyboard
don't.
commander video games for future videos, which or Chinese propaganda.
Oh yeah,
sessions.
or I go and find. Damn it, Ian! Screw that.
Shill, baby, shill.
Yeah.
Can we get the Sarah Palin? She available to do like a shill baby shill soundbite?
I think she's too busy hiding in the forest in her Alaskan home.
Okay. She thought she was actually a mama grizzly, and she got mauled by a mama grizzly.
So she's like, don't worry, TLC will give me that movie deal again. Don't worry, that TV show deal.
Fuck, I will say her good like typical American life has been shattered for a long time, but she's looking a lot hotter these days than she was for the past few years.
Decrepit and crazy.
She's going back to where I'm like, I'd like to see the porno.
Okay.
Sarah Palin.
Mama Grizzly.
That was one of her things, Mama Grizzly.
Yeah, it was the that was her McCain campaign thing, right? That it was.
Like, no, don't mess with me. I'm a Mama Grizzly. Basically, don't fuck with me, bitches. It was what she was trying to say, but she had to make it quirky and. I see Russia in my backyard means that I'm on Putin's payroll. She's very quirky. I love Sarah Palin. She's very hot. She's not married anymore, so.
Let's see here. Jeremy made a point.
She's
He's like,
available.
So Jeremy made a point about. He's like, records have better mastering because they worked around the format's limitations to maximize quality. CDs remove the limitations, so no one cares anymore. Yeah, fair enough. I think also like the issue with CDs is you run into just the quality of equipment for CDs just varies so dramatically that unless you're investing in like a expensive piece of hi-fi electronics, you're not going to get the best experience out of a CD, especially now.
Yeah. Nowadays, too, it seems like they're mastering for MP3 player type things.
Yeah.
Like, at least, I mean, I'm pretty out of date, but like the Smashing Pumpkin stuff I follow, they are mastering for people who aren't me, basically. Because if you listen to it with headphones, it's very fatiguing. If you're not listening to the vinyl version of things. Although nowadays they do the same thing for both, for the Pumpkins at least. But one thing that is cool is, so I got this new DAC for my computer, and I have been switching from vinyl to digital versions of my classical albums. So classical people are like obsessive about this stuff, and you have really, really seriously like upgraded audio for classical albums that doesn't generally make it into this kind of like pop stuff we do. So you'll find like Dolby Digital, remixes of classical albums that are taken from the original reel-to-reels from 1960s and stuff. It's kind of cool.
So all these records that are like classical albums that I've been just skipping at the thrift store here in Japan, I should probably pick those up because they're gonna sound awesome.
I used to always grab cheap digital or cheap
$2001.
vinyl classical albums because they were really cool, and you could usually get them like for $1 at some places.
Dude, check this out. Before I got my record player, I had like Thriller, I had all the Beatles albums, I had like all these Queen albums, but I sold them because I just don't have enough space in my apartment. I sold them for like 10 cents a pop.
Jimmy.
Ooh.
You can sell the
Put a mini disc.
It's just like
It's
book
fine.
off
Yeah.
here in Japan. It makes me
Yeah.
sick.
But,
Because I've been listening to fucking Thriller right now.
We have a book off in San Diego.
Yeah, I've heard the California. They're not as good, but
I went in there one
But they-
time. They had a bunch of 7800 stuff. I didn't buy any of it, but it seemed like a really good deal.
Yeah, I have a fair amount of 7800 stuff, and it's pretty fun. That console.
Yeah, I do too. Nice.
I would love to have any Atari system here.
7800 is the closest I ever got to a complete collection. Mainly because it's a small library, but
How many
in
units
addition
are
to
in that library?
because I have a big stack.
It
It might be 40, 50 games.
That's it, really?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'm like 75% of the way there. The only ones I
I
skipped were the
realized you
ones that are like
disappeared.
impossible to buy.
I don't know anything about your.
That was what I always wanted to pick up Ninja Golf. It's just the most
that's-
the most
That's the most
straightforward,
expensive, I think.
the
Yeah.
most straightforward name for the game. It's
Okay.
Ninja Golf.
I
Ninja
even
Golf
bought,
or
I
Ninja
bought
Golf,
the
Ninja.
Double Dragon on. I got Double Dragon for 7800. It's the worst game I've ever played, but I got it. I mean, I
Is it
have
worse than Golden Axe from Master System, which I just
So
got?
I have
Ooh, I think it is worse.
So I have
Look up a video on it.
Xevious.
It's real bad.
So I have Xevious.
My
Oh,
favorite
this is great.
Yeah, like Xevious, I picked up because it's like my wife's favorite arcade game, and
Me too. It's the 7800. When it comes to arcade games, it has the best ports you'll ever get of like Dig Dug, Donkey Kong,
Yeah.
Xevious, Joust.
Pac-Man's pretty good.
Shit, I'm drunk.
Yeah, I'm getting there with it.
Food Fight. Fuck, Food Fight is good.
Patreon.
142. You know what? I can finish a beer.
Fine.
Oh, sorry. So the game right now, I can't leave because the game wants me to go and bang my wife in this game. So let me go ahead and show you that part here. One sec. Sorry. But yeah, so this is a PC version of Nomad Soul. So in retrospect, I find it kind of intriguing. Is the Dreamcast game gets a lot of the game. The only noticeable difference I can tell between the Dreamcast and the PC version is that the PC version has just no limit in terms of like draw distance and stuff like that. I find the Dreamcast version I think is a lot more fun, just because it just, I don't know, works out pretty well and it works well with the controller.
Interesting.
But yeah, well, it's kind of funny because like the Dreamcast version, like there was no, like for Nomad Soul, it had PC and Dreamcast. It wasn't ported to any other platform. Just those two for whatever reason.
Is that why Dreamcast is your favorite game?
Fuck yeah, Dreamcast.
Yeah.
Dreamcast is the only console with David Bowie songs on it. Just saying.
I'm about to fact check you. Let's get Snow.
Please fact check me because I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one.
That's bullshit, man. Go to
Super Nintendo had Kooks.
Cokes. What the fuck? Cool
Yeah.
spots.
I don't know where I'm going with
Let's
this.
see here.
All right, we're here. This is like a medieval wedding night.
Yeah, you're gonna see some stuff here. Just lay back and lay back and
Holy shit.
enjoy.
Hillary Clinton know about this hot coffee mod in Omicron?
She kind of looks like Halle Berry.
So I think violence is the dynamic range. So
She's
it
like,
comes down to
she
which
looks
is
like
closer.
Halle Berry and Terry Hatcher had a child in my fucking 7th grade fantasies.
Ooh.
Okay, look at that. It's
Yeah.
just surreal.
But I don't know. The funny thing is, I've actually been redoing my front room to where it's a playroom for my daughter / analog speaker enjoyment area for my record players, my record shit. But yeah.
That's cool.
Mhm.
I left all my records back when I moved west. I left my records and my books and some other, a few TVs and stuff back in storage, and thinking that because I don't have enough space for it here, really. Kind of like Jimmy. Space is tight. And I thought one day I'll move to a place where I have space
Tight
for
is
it,
big
and I'll move it all here.
Come to Idaho.
Tight like Tiger, yes, yes.
Just move to Idaho. There's not enough YouTubers out here that aren't psychos.
Just got back and you're already leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about California
Yeah.
YouTube. It's just like a fucking. I mean, really, honestly, California. I want you to actually do this for me, Smoke. Please encourage everybody to secede from the Union.
Oh
California.
god, no.
Tell them
Oh,
to
yeah,
play
it'll happen.
DF41.
I mean, succeeding from the Union has worked out so well for everyone so far.
yeah, I mean,
It's worked out. It worked out great in 1860.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. The last time it happened, it instilled a lot of pride in certain people.
I think
that's what we needed these trying times.
in California, like every other house streams. So it works out.
Everybody.
Let's get the Idaho YouTuber scene. That's the saddest thing that's ever come out of my mouth.
Let's corner.
I've already
Guys, let's corner this. Come on.
Let's get this. Let's do it. Ian, just we were talking about Big Brother earlier. I think on in your stream when I was in the bath. You guys were talking about these reality TV shows. Idaho YouTuber House,
Mm-hmm.
brought to you by Idaho Potatoes
Oh yeah.
and fucking Raid Shadow Legends, obviously.
Brought to you by Rage Shadow Legends.
And NordVPN.
And make sure there's a lot of dangerous
And
people out the
Manscaped.
internet. Make sure you protect your data with NordVPN. Going through those tunnels. Because the internet's a
Shave your
series of
balls clean.
tubes.
With Manscaped, yeah.
Oh, God.
Series of tubes.
The series of tubes. Don't forget to Ridge Wallet. Hey, Atticus, how you doing, man?
So when you said
Oh,
the
Josh.
PC version has unlimited draw distance, you meant 30 feet.
well,
He's,
dramatically further draw distance than the.
rose-colored glasses and boots are.
Well, I think
this is garbage. This is
I think there was a setting I didn't touch when I was playing with the resolutions, but yeah. But yeah, so right now this is like Dreamcast draw distance is where we're at right now, because normally it's much further.
Oh man, in order to stream Red Dead 2, I had to basically turn everything to low. But it still actually looked pretty good. Gotta say.
Yeah, I think with so my computer upstairs that I do a lot of my primary editing on, I can do pretty aggressive streaming on if I wanted, but that would require me to be very quiet because my wife and daughters are sleeping.
That's no good.
Yeah, so my computer's out here. I'm kind of limited, but
Do you use like a RetroTink or something? Because you're streaming from original hardware a lot of the time.
more of the time, yeah. So the way mine goes is, thanks to Jeremy Dixon, he donated a OSSC to me actually. So I use that with a Kurosh.
Koryu.
Yeah, Koryu. Yeah, I use that as well for S-Video
I
and
would
composite.
That's awesome of Jeremy to do that, but I think the greatest thing he ever did for you was sending you not those Japanese game show PS1 games, but the Blue Dev Kit PS1, which is
to me,
that
like
thing. A holy grail.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember he sent that to me, and it didn't have a laser for the longest time. And it was kind of funny because he's like, buy this laser, and I'm like, all right, I bought the laser, and then I bought it from some like Chinese knockoff thing, so like the laser disintegrated the second I used it, and so he's like, fucking goddamn it, he thought he had sent me another one. And I was like, no, I only have this. So I had to like take the base plate off another laser to exchange it. But it was kind of funny. But so I have that one up and running, and that thing's pretty great.
That's awesome.
Let's see here. What else can we play? We could do some Rome Total War. I love that game.
That would be a good one.
That always tends to bore the shit out of people, so that's pretty great. Let's do Rome Total War. Why not?
You know, just kind of this game reminded me, like earlier today, I played for the first time since I was in high school, Deus Ex Invisible War. Like I just picked up some Xbox games for super cheap.
Fuck, I love that game.
I played it and I was like, this game is dark as fuck. Like not like the content, but like the fucking visuals were dark. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, fucking
It was great though. It took me back.
God, I love that. I remember playing that. Like my best friend, we hung out and played that game because I had flown out back to California to hang out with him, and I brought my Xbox and we played that game for I went out there for like a month, and I remember playing that game, and one of the things I loved in that game was you could kill anybody. Like it didn't matter. so we were messing around, and then I accidentally threw a cardboard box at like a kid on the street, and it killed him. I was like, oh shit.
No, I kept throwing shit at people. I was like, when do I get to kill people with these objects?
And so then
You're so strong, you killed a man with
so I killed the kid with a cardboard box, and I ended up throwing his body in a dumpster, and that was just the funniest shit.
Wait a minute.
Happened in that video game.
That sounds like the setup to a joke.
Yeah, it basically it basically is. But yeah, let's see here.
It's a joke and a punchline.
Wait, what? What system is this?
He was in a neighborhood. And he saw a kid. And he threw like a cardboard box at him and murdered him. Threw him in the dumpster. And he was like, "Hey, let's go play some Deus Ex."
That's a bit like how I play Red Dead Redemption 2 because I'm so bad at hitting the right button for quick time events that I always end up shooting the person in the head.
Oh shit! Let's play.
It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter. Like good guy, bad guy, you're getting shot in the head because I'm hitting X instead of Y on accident or something.
So let's play some System Shock 2 for fun. Let's see. The 1101 was the one I sent him. The only difference between the external. Okay. Yeah, God, that freaking
Nice.
great.
I only got to play Deus Ex for like 20 minutes because I was doing it as well as scanning stuff, and it takes forever to scan a lot of these things. But I was like, man, maybe I'll do a stream, just play through Deus Ex. Motherfucker, that's not that long, is it? Like 10 hours. Let's fucking do this. Ian, you do a 10-hour Hotel Mario stream, and we'll split screen it. Like, I just beat Deus Ex and Secret. You're still on level 50 of Hotel Mario?
Can we stream to the same fucking channel and just do that simultaneously?
There's gotta be a way.
Into the grav shafts to proceed to the street level recruitment.
This
God,
is
I
like what everybody asked for, the Deus Ex and Hotel Mario combination stream.
I'm at the Taco Bell. I'm at the fucking KFC. At the combination Taco Bell. But yeah.
Yeah.
God, I am so sad that I deleted that 9-hour stream of fucking me and you just bickering and talking about fucking Hotel Mario.
It was I'm not a serviceman, but I feel like I went through the war. You know? That's how the game is.
You do some pretty long streams, don't you,
Good to have
Jimmy?
you on board. Now we'll teach you
I-
how to handle
I've
it.
heard
Well,
of things.
Well, Jimmy will stream longer depending on the amount of alcohol available to
Pick up
him.
the laser pistol.
Yeah.
Now
You know
use
what,
the
though?
recharging station nearby.
You know, actually, that's
The
true.
recharge
Fuck.
station will
I was
juice
gonna
up
say,
all
wait
of
a
your
sec. Oh,
energy-based
fuck.
items.
Yeah, right.
Weapons, batteries.
Yeah, if I have enough beer, and then it starts talking about like, man, I love everybody. Hey, everybody gotta hate each other. Why you hate this person?
Wait.
For this?
Why you can fucking lean in this game? What the hell?
Stupid.
I
Oh
don't
my
remember-
goodness!
I remember
I just
that
saw
game.
that.
I don't remember
Yeah.
that being a thing in System Shock too. But
Dis-
yeah,
discount off.
okay, so can I just quit out? I don't really care about this shit. I just
Now
want
you're ready for the Marines.
to
Take a
join
look
the
down
army.
in training areas first before you
Create
enlist.
Center.
Here's where you make your choice, soldier.
So you can join
Tweet
the...
that in there.
Did you guys ever play System Shock or System Shock 2?
There's no going back.
I've only played the BioShock games, but playing
Oh,
those
so-
makes me want to play.
Yeah, so
System
this
Shock.
was the original, like, this Looking Glass studio. These guys were pretty great. They made System Shock and System Shock 2, and that was kind of their, like, pinnacles. And then BioShock was, like, their spiritual successor. So you have the
Yeah.
Navy, the Marines, and then the OSA. That's, like, your psi power. Navy is, like, a balance between the two, and then Marines are just hardcore ordnance. But it's kind of great, because you have this, like, whole game setup in this where you pick, and then you have to do like different events within the career path. So it's kind of neat. So
Okay.
I like Marines is kind of fun because you go this way. I wouldn't
So
say
it's
I'm
OSA.
a very
Huh.
smart guy in reality. So I like Marines. It's kind of
You're
being
smart
dumb.
now. You know
What's
what?
OSA? I know Marines
smartest
and
people are the
Navy.
ones who realize they aren't. What's that in the Navy?
Is OSA Army?
No, OSA is like their psyop divisions and use like psychic powers on shit.
So if like you had like a real hardcore military person, oh, it's that stupid bullshit
That
video game
fucking bullshit intel shit. Fucking needing a college degree and
Welcome to
shit.
Space Station
Staring
Wake
at
Island,
goats.
Marine. So you've survived basic training at Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
Better still, you've managed to
Do you
learn
guys see
a
that
thing or
Men
two
Who
about
Stare at
saving
Goats?
Oh, I
lives.
fucking love that movie.
But now it's
I've
time
not
for the
seen it.
real deal. Your
Since we have a
tour
goats
will
theme
consist of
going
4
anyways.
postings over 4
I'm
years.
trying to kill goats
The Corps
earlier.
demands a lot of
I'm gonna
you,
get like
grunts.
that. Was that
The
Goat
Corps is
7?
generous.
Was that like a
You
game
get
like
to
a few years
choose your
ago?
own
Oh, Goat
Yeah, the
Simulator?
Goat
Yeah.
Simulator. I did
Yeah.
I did that
Base
cover,
in the center
Jimmy.
of the Wake
And
Oh,
the
really?
sequel,
You'll be briefed on what's
Goats,
ahead.
More Goats
When you
with a
find the
Z.
right
Goddamn.
posting, head into
Alright,
that
that's
base
pretty
to
sweet.
accept
And Escape Goats. And god damn it, what is the other Goats game I did? Let me see.
Do you live with goats? Is your wife actually a goat? Wait a second.
Her name is Black Phillip. I don't
Yes.
know if that means
The Navy
anything.
maintains a survival
Oh,
training
is
school
that kinda
on the
goat?
surface of Io, the third moon of Jupiter.
Wait a second.
Remember, did you guys see The Witch?
Not every boarding party has the
I
luxury.
never watched that
So
one.
the Corps strongly
The
recommends
the
every
name
one
of the
its
goat
brethren
in The
get
Witch
some
is
zero
Black
G
Phillip,
training.
and I mention that a
Here
lot
aboard
as
the
if
training
everyone
station,
knows
walk
that,
down
but
should suffice.
actually, I'm the only person who knows that.
If
Death
you're
Goat.
partial to spending
is
time
the other
with a
game.
lot of high explosives,
Wait, is this the
this
witch with
posting
like
is for you.
the witch?
There's a lot of heavy
The Witch is the weird.
Like a Netflix movie or Amazon movie?
No, it was
Like from a few years ago?
Oh, it's a
Or
great.
is this the Roald Dahl one? That's the witches.
The Witch is this weird movie. It came out maybe I don't know 4 or 5 years ago. It was really
Is it
good.
the one that Red Letter Media talks about a lot, like Jay specifically?
I
It's like
Net-
VV Itch. Is what it looks
I
like.
don't know.
DNT
It's not
should
that.
let you pick up
Not
some
that one,
one-on-one beam
This
weapon
is a.
training from
It takes
gunnery
itself
support.
very seriously,
The
and
automated
it's kind of like the
asteroid ore
Scarlet
facility
Letter,
at
but
JM432.
Oh, that's what, yeah, I think that's the
Dummy
one.
ammunition,
Oh, maybe it
supplies,
is.
Really good.
ammunition,
Yeah.
moving targets,
it's good.
stationary targets,
But it turns
live
out that there's a
targets.
goat is the
The
main
automated
enemy.
asteroid ore
Black
facility,
Spoiler.
JM432,
Black Phillip.
supply the UNSC.
So I
And
wanna-
He has Black Phillip has the best lines in all of cinema. He's like, "Wilt'st thou like to live deliciously," and things like that.
So, but ultimately, I want to show you guys some like a scene in this game that fucking made me shit my pants in 1998. Let's see here.
That should be the name of your next video. The scene in the video that made me shit my pants.
Look,
in
I'd watch any video with that name.
We'll just
Well,
take
here,
one of the,
well, here's the sad thing:
RGT
it's
stuff.
really not gonna.
It's so much better than like click here to find out what blah blah blah. It's
I mean-
like
I
this
mean-
made me shit my pants in 1998.
I mean, at the time it was fucking terrifying, but like now it's kind of pretty weak. But I'll show you guys.
Yeah. But this is how powerful these games were back then. They would like make you suspend disbelief, and you'd feel like you're part of the game, even though it looks
Yeah.
goofy. But you're immersed.
But yeah, because like, so you
It's a lot
you
of
do
that.
this whole thing where you build up your character, you pick your stats, you're like, okay, this is pretty fucking cool, and then you get on this like fucking ship and stuff starts going sideways. It's pretty great.
Sounds like that movie with the guy from Jurassic Park. What's that called?
I was like every Jurassic Park.
Shit.
Spare no expense.
No expense.
I know what's really
The
funny to me is
flea,
my
the flea circus.
so my stepfather, he has gotten very gray and kind of chubby, and so he has like a big beard and all that. He gets like just like, dude, you look like fucking Jack Hannon.
Oh my
Just-
god, we used to make fun of my dad because he started to look like the Jurassic Park guy. He
Spare
got
no
older.
expense.
The fatter and the older they get, they start to look more like that. What's his name from Jurassic Park?
You mean the main guy?
No, the old
Oh,
dude.
the old guy who runs it?
Yeah, yeah.
Richard Hammond or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
We actually
yeah,
even
yeah.
tricked one of my nephews into thinking that was my dad. For a couple of years. Yeah. Oh god. Event Horizon.
Jeremy Dixon, just to answer your question about Yadozes, is that I think typically 600 to 800 is like an average, but I'm looking at some of the prices from earlier the year. People were buying them for like 200-ish. I know that's one that I really would like to have as well. I don't know about the green ones are probably harder to find, but the black ones are. Everything's gone up on. Oh, God damn it, PlayStation! Games that I bought for $10 in December of last year, like on average, like they're going for 200. And this one I was joking about with the ultra healthy video game nerd is like, I'm watching this auction. He bought a game recently for like $100 something. I was like, I paid like $3 for that game like less than a year ago. And the game sucks. But and he was like, yeah, it was a regrettable purchase. But even like Punky Skunk, Cooley Skunk called this in here. I bought that in December of last year, and the one that I was watching on Yahoo went for $1,000. Like, are you
Good
fucking
lord.
kidding me?
You know
That's gotta be
why?
a troll.
It's because they found that Super Nintendo prototype of it, and I bet it raised the profile. 'Cause
I
that came
guess.
out like a year and a
It
half
had-
ago.
Yeah, I had 2 print runs here in Japan. There's 2 different covers. I think I have like the later cover, but not that it matters. But even then, it's like that game went from like being like $10 was what I paid for it like last year, and then all the recent auctions have been like $180 to $200, and that one went for $1,000. I'm pretty sure somebody just put in a bullshit number, or it was trolling. Somebody was like, I really need to get my fucking Punky Skunk on.
They might just. I
1,000.
kind of have this theory that if you notice, so if you're on eBay and you're selling something, and you notice you're the only person like in the entire world who has it, I think that's when the prices start to go up.
That might
Like
be it.
Like I'm the only person
Oh.
on the entire earth with Cool
Alright,
Skunk
so
on
right-
eBay. I'm
so
gonna
right
charge
here-
$1,000.
In like 1997, this shit made me crap my
This is it?
pants. Watching that woman run from that fucking zombie fucking creature was absolutely fucking terrifying in 1997. Just had to show that.
That is a nothing burger, Ian.
Right? No, I'm just saying, like, fucking for the time though, you're like, oh my god, all this shit's building up to this. Like, you had like depressurization and all that shit, and
This does
Having
though
to-
have some kind of GoldenEye, like super GoldenEye vibes going on.
I mean, I don't know. For me at the time, this was fucking mind blowing.
Yeah, that's crazy. 1997. I can see that.
I don't know. I feel like this came out. I could be wrong about my dates, but I feel like I don't know. For some reason, this game scared me so much more so than fucking Half-Life and all that shit.
I mean, when I was little, I used to get scared by I had the demo disc of Alone in the Dark,
Oh fuck!
and I remember the only 2 games that in my entire life have scared me were that and Wolfenstein with headphones on, like in a dark basement. And besides that, nothing else has ever scared me besides that. But I think it's probably because I was a lot younger.
Just use it and it will recharge all the power-driven devices in your possession.
Just let me put the wrench, but I was like, System Shock was like a yellow wrench, wasn't it? You know, multiple yellow wrenches in this game. I'm trying to think of what I used to get scared of drowning in Sonic. That was one thing.
Oh god, that
music.
the
Yeah.
I
bum
hated
bum bum bum
that.
bum bum bum.
Right.
You're like, oh god.
Wow. It's like, oh no. That's just like fear in general. I think Doom used to scare me quite a bit. And I remember like trying to like, it's like, oh, there's somebody up there, and I'd like put my head down and like kind of like duck in. It's just like, oh, what am I doing with the fucking screen? But I was so immersed. But like just even like the imps, which are like pathetic joke enemies now, but like the imps used to scare me. Like good little.
Let's see. I can't remember where.
Oh shit! Things are falling down all over the place in this game.
So you guys, is the Net Eurosi the one that came in black?
The original one was like in black, and that was just the dev kit. You know what's sweet about the it's like it's actually called the Net Yarose. Let's do it. Which is something I actually didn't find out until like a few years ago. It was like,
so much more
I get it
fun.
now. Yeah, but like I have this demo video, and Jeremy Dixon is probably like, dude, you need to finish that video so you can send me these demos so I can put them online. It's like a lot of the old PlayStation, basically the Japanese PlayStation Underground, the PlayStation Club demo discs, had fan-made games on them, and they're so neat playing them. Most of them are terrible, but it's like these are games that you'd hear about. What the Net Yarose is like a hobbyist game dev kit, right? But what happened to these games? Did they get hired by Squaresoft to make Final Fantasy VIII? No, they made these shitty fucking shooting games and Alone in the Dark ripoffs on PlayStation demo discs. Some of them are neat, and that's kind of nice. MVG has a great video on the Net Yarose. He's got a great video on everything, and I'm bitter.
It's true. It's true.
Bitter.
God,
I'm bitter that Yahel.
He has all the stuff we have, but he's actually made videos about it.
Yeah, it's true, right?
He's done content. Fuck that guy.
He's done content, and also Yahel cock blocked me in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
I met him when I was hanging out with Bob, and he was like, oh, I like your hoodie, mate. And I was like, oh, all right. It's like a Mega Drive hoodie. And then like Bob was like, oh, Jimmy had a thing. He's like, oh, I'd like to see that. It's like, oh, it was a piece of shit fucking panel. You don't want to see it. And he's like, oh, all right, well, fuck you then, mate. I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna talk with CDI with.
Jimmy's hoodie was a bloody disaster, mate.
It's a bloody disaster, and I think the CDI is pretty good now after talking to Yahel. It's like, fuck you, god damn it! Can I at least get laid at this convention? No, Metal Jesus is not accepting people in his dungeon. Fuck.
Yeah.
It was a bad.
Passed your chance with the big box.
Yep. Well, I'm sorry. I can't find my card. Looks like Wrestling with Gaming is gonna get his own big box PC. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, so so if you were playing this game in the 90s, this would have been fucking terrifying. That's all I gotta say.
That looks like if I played this game, I would be like, oh my god, that was a ghost.
So
I just peed myself.
Yeah, so I mean, so for the time, System Shock 2 was quite terrifying, and the funny thing is, one of the only Kickstarters I've actually backed is the one where it's Deep Dive Games working on reinvigorating System Shock 1. I think they're pretty close to releasing, but they've taken their fucking sweet time, like fucking 3 years. They've reported that game to like 2 different engine platforms. It's kind of nuts. So just waiting.
Longshot asks if you've checked out the Smile basic stuff on Switch 3DS. I don't know what that is.
I don't have a Switch or a 3DS. I've played with a 3DS and Switches, but I don't physically own one myself, unfortunately.
I'm a huge 3DS fan, but I guess I'm not that big of a fan because I don't know what the Smile basic stuff is.
Yeah.
I just love a good Nintendo gimmick. That's my thing. Like, I have a soft spot. You come up with a good 3D gimmick, and
I think the Switch is the worst gimmick they've ever had, though. But it's the most
I don't have a
thing they've had
Switch.
since Sliced Mario's.
I have a 3DS.
Horror game.
That's about it.
On CDI. Yeah, 3DS was a good system.
I hear people turning off the 3D effect in the 3DS, and I'm like, what's the point then? Why would you get a 2DS? I want to see the 3D. All the games I own like take advantage of the 3D effect.
It depends on the game. If it's like a 3D game, then yeah. But if it's like a 2D game, it's like,
Like, I'm that guy who's sad that like 3D didn't take off.
You know,
Because I never
between-
really experienced it, probably.
Between 2008 and 2010, you had that like Avatar and all that shit. Where like
Yeah.
3D, you're like, fucking the future is 3D, bro.
Although I hated Avatar in the theater because the 3D glasses cut the darkness. You know, they made it.
Did
so
you
dark.
did you watch
I went back
did you
and
watch
saw
an
it in
IMAX 3D or no?
Yeah, I saw Avatar in IMAX 3D.
Yeah, that was the way to watch it. Was IMAX 3D because that looked fucking great.
I went back like 3 days because I really liked Avatar, the whole indigenous rights aspect of it, which most people don't catch on to. Because I'm an archaeologist.
What? Yeah.
I liked that a lot. I had to go back and see it. I did the same thing with the first Hobbit movie. Like 3 days later, I went back and saw it because I wasn't sure if I really saw the movie. Like the Hobbit movie, I saw in the 48 frames per second, and I thought that ruined it. Avatar, I saw in 3D, and I thought that might have ruined it. I liked Avatar on the
I
tail
watched it
end
in
of
the
that.
theater in 3D. It's good.
Yeah, and I didn't like the Hobbit. It turns out.
Well, the Hobbit
like-
is just.
I like
Not
the
a
first
great-
hour of the Hobbit, and that was it.
Yeah, not a great full experience. The first hour, I'm like, well, what were people bitching about?
Yeah.
And then
I was like,
then you
man,
watch
this
it,
is like the
oh,
greatest
this
movie
took
ever made.
forever.
And then it gets like halfway done, you're like, oh shit.
I think by the time they get to like the fucking we're gonna run away from the Wood Elf Village. I'm like, oh god damn it, why is
Yeah.
this taking forever?
I went like 3 hours in the Shire, damn it. That's what I went.
Yeah, that would have been a better.
Why is this
use of
game
it.
broken? That's weird. Okay.
Could have been 1 3-hour movie. They made it into 3.5-hour movies. And they also fucked with the frame rate apparently, which I never saw. That weird
man.
frame rate. Was it
I
60
drove-
frames or something, like 30 frames?
No,
or
it's
40?
48. Even weirdly.
48. Oh, that's so weird.
I told my dad, I was like, my dad's passed away now. But at the time, I was like, Dad, we got to go up to Chicago to see this in 48 frames per second. It's going to be the coolest thing we ever saw. We drove 2 hours to see it. And man, he said he couldn't see a difference. And it ruined the movie for me. So it was like the worst decision I ever made.
So people I had talked to about the higher frame rate said it looked like a soap opera.
Yeah. No, it's weirdly, it looks like either a soap opera or like you're watching a stage play, and you know nobody wants to watch that for fuck's sake. It looks like you're watching actors pretending to act with props that are props. It's so weird the way it screws with your head. Like it's the only way I can describe it. It's like because the 24 frames per second looks so good to us as the
It's so
cinematic thing.
cinematic looking. Yeah.
Yeah, that 48, it's like you're watching a live stream of The Hobbit or something.
Yeah, no, actually, I do remember seeing some sort of like clip where it showed them, and it looked like they're moving so fast. Like, is this fast forwarded? Yeah, it looks like old school, like like a video log or something.
I just realized I was streaming. I was playing the game for a minute. It wasn't working very well, but I just realized I was streaming the fucking Langlass. That's great. Hope that was enjoyable.
Yeah, when I saw The
apologize.
Hobbit, it was so weird because when I read the reviews of it, they're like, oh yeah, it's weird until like 15 minutes in, and then your brain adjusts to it. And like I was like 2 hours in, and I'm like, this is not adjusting.
You're like,
Something's not working for me.
Nothing about
It's
this
still-
is normal.
Like, yeah, like is it my problem? Is there something wrong with me? But I guess that's a common thing.
They try to fucking push that shit through, like they try to push away like fucking freaky Sonic. The people weren't having it, so they had to change it. So you know what? I think most of the things in our lives we can't control, but thank God we can control our movies.
Yeah.
Fuck, get that creepy Sonic that looks like he's gonna molest my daughter out of here, and fucking
Sonic
change
should
that
not
48
have
frames
human
back
teeth.
to 24.
Jimmy, did you catch my prank video? My prank article? You know, I write for Retro RGB.
Yes.
And one of my pranks was I really wanted Bob to read my one paragraph that I wrote about the first poster that came out for the Sonic movie.
Oh.
That's the one where it's like basically his dick is the San Francisco Golden Gate
it's
Bridge.
Sonic, Sonic's sitting on top of the Golden Gate Bridge with his legs spread out. And then there's this like his Sonic stream of where he ran. And I swear it's not just me. Everyone saw Dick in the white part where he's.
Yeah, it's just okay.
Oh, God.
If you look at RetroRGB.com, you can find a whole article I wrote about that where I just described, like I wanted to just describe the poster in the most like po-faced way possible, and I was like, it looks like Sonic his phallus is spread out beneath him, and you know it traces the outline of his phallus, but Bob,
disturbing new Sonic movie poster spotted.
that was like the headline.
Oh my god!
And Bob covered it in a video, but I don't think he knew that I was joking.
Oh god. Yeah, there's a really cool video or movie poster out for the Sonic movie. It was like, no, Bob.
I think that was before we saw actually Sonic with human teeth, so it even got worse from there on.
Oh, this would be like, was this the this is the poster that they were like,
poster
doesn't it make sense that his legs are
It's like when the movie was very first announced, there was this poster that was out, and it was a phallic Sonic on top of Golden Gate Bridge.
Sonic is just spreading his wild oats all over San Francisco. I'm all for that. Yeah.
But Bob, I don't think he knew that. I think he just worried about me in general when he covered that in his video.
Yeah, you smoke, dude? Okay. Let's see.
What game is this now?
So this is a Resistance. It's a Terminator game. And arguably
This does look like Terminator. So that's good.
So it's this is legitimately a stupid good fucking Terminator game. It's shocking. It's really weird.
This actually kind of looks like a low-res version of Metro in a way, which makes Metro look even better because it's like, if it looks like Terminator.
Yeah, it's kind of like, so it's Terminator, like it's set in that whole environment, post-apocalyptic and all that. Like, so you can talk to these people, you get equipment, you get gear, you can go and like gather supplies, you get lockpicks, you can adjust and craft tools. This game is so much better than it deserves. Like, considering it's made by the people who made the fucking Rambo game, it's really weird, and it somehow manages to capture the Terminator type cinematic motif. And also, if you play the game right, you can. Good. Yeah, it looks great.
Out?
I want to say 1 or 2 years ago.
Oh wow! I didn't even hear about it.
Yeah,
I don't pay
it was
that much, but usually
stupid low key.
Somebody talks about it.
Well, yeah, like a stupid low key. I don't know if you watch like G-Man Lives or some other guys who review FPSs. They talk about this game, and they're just. The funny thing was, I was watching them I was watching their reviews, and they were just like, "This game is shockingly good," and so I'm like, you know what? I'll pick it up. And it was only like $30 or something like that on Steam too, so it's pretty much worth it.
So it's look pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Like in terms of if you like that whole, and I feel like as for a game that kind of captures the Terminator 1 underground motif, I feel like this game captures it more accurately than just about any Terminator game. Like I can't think of any other Terminator game off the top of my head aside from the one like Bethesda made back in the 90s, and then the CD and Genesis. But I mean, like, this is probably one of the best. Like, it's just a really good FPS.
There's some really bad Terminator games, obviously, for like Super Nintendo and.
Oh yeah, like God, you have so many bad games.
I had a dream the other day where I actually played Terminator Salvation on Xbox 360.
Oh, the arcade one?
No, it was like a first person or maybe first person or third person shooter. But I just remember like that game was infamous for having like really fake shotgun physics where like you could use a shotgun and shoot something from like 50 yards away and it have perfect accuracy as if you're shooting it from like 2 feet away, right? It was like the ridiculous, but it was like also one of the games that a lot of people played on Xbox 360 because it had easy achievements. It was like, oh yeah, just use the shotgun for the entire game and play it on like super hard mode and you get all your achievements in one go. And so it was basically like Avatar, not the movie video game, but Avatar the cartoon game, My Horse and Me Too. And
Oh
like
man, I
fucking
remember the
Tournament of
Avatar game.
Salvation for
It
these
was supposed to be
achievements.
like the biggest thing.
Oh,
And then
the
they
James
released-
Cameron Avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I saw that they had the Japanese version for 360 the other day for like under $10, and I was like, you know what, just for shits and giggles, because I actually kind of liked Avatar.
Yeah, I like
You know,
it.
it's
I'll
cool to
admit
hate on. I know you were
I
talking
like
about it earlier,
Avatar
but
a
it's kind of
lot.
cool to hate on Avatar. But I thought it was neat.
I
Unobtainium
really
is- it's a
like
real
their
term.
take on indigenous rights in that movie.
Well, that's
So
because you're
I'm
a hippie in California. But I was like, just burn it
just
all
like-
down, Marine guy, with your
it's
giant
like
comic novelty knife and your mecha suit. Burn it all down. No, it's-
I can see Ian's gonna side with the military in this aspect, isn't he?
no,
Like,
no.
we
well-
need that up in unobtainium.
Well, I mean, like,
Burn it all.
so I mean, let's talk about Avatar in terms of like, I always felt like it was, Fern Gully, the movie.
That's what I was just gonna say. Was Fern Gully like on steroids?
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of like, granted what are they called? What's that race called in Avatar?
The Smurfs.
Yeah, the Smurfs. I mean, it was their territory. The corporation was there to exploit the resources. But I don't, the thing that always kind of one of the main things that always bothered me about Avatar was that at the end of the film, the race of Smurfs had been clearly defeated by the militarily superior corporation Marines. And it was the planet that saved him by gathering and rallying the forces of the planet. And I was like, come on. That totally undermines the strength and power of the race of Smurfs that occupy it. So I was like,
Yeah, they had a lot of like magical powers going on. In
Yeah,
there.
well, they had all that. And here's the weird thing. One of the things that bothered me was the co-evolution you had going on between the seahorses, the fucking
That was
air
kinda
people.
dirty.
Well, it was
Yeah,
weird.
that's
So I'm
kinda-
like, so technically, whenever one of those cat creature things syncs with any other animal, they're just banging them. So it's kind of like, okay, that's kind of weird. So like the
Have you guys
horses
seen
and
Existence.
what was that?
Existence, the Cronenberg movie, video game movie, where people have these bioports that are basically an anus kind of inserted, I think, on their neck. The problem is, if you see Existence before Avatar, you interpret all the Avatar stuff as Existence. And so all of this like dirty connecting bioports together stuff in Avatar.
Well, I mean,
Good night,
so
bye,
so
Liz.
here's the thing about the bioports in Avatar. I'm like, so what is the evolutionary benefit of having your species that correlated to every other organism on the planet? That's the thing I want to wonder. Like in terms of like because clearly you have that like panther thing that eats other species that it can like port with. So I'm like, this makes no sense in terms of like how is this evolutionary a benefit evolutionarily if they can all plug into each other.
It's sexual.
It's all just them banging each other. It's the only thing that makes sense because like mind bangs.
My question with Avatar is, how are we going to sit through 5 more of those?
Oh my god. Oh god.
That was an old like Plinkett joke. It's like, oh, there's like fucking 10 of them coming out, right? But it was like, that was how many years ago that these Avatar movies were supposed to be.
Are
Like,
those
the ball was
coming?
supposed to be rolling. I
That's
don't
like
know.
$8
James
trillion
Cameron might get COVID. We may never get him.
I just need just 10 more years to make my Avatar movies.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, man.
I did
like,
though.
yeah.
When I saw it in the theater, like I saw it more of like more like an amusement park ride, I guess. The first time. So maybe it's probably, if you saw it for the first time at home, I imagine that a lot of that doesn't work as well. But it was pretty cool to see in the theater in IMAX. And most movies get the Indian stuff wrong. I thought Avatar did it pretty well. It made you feel like, sympathetic to them or something.
Now, I don't remember what I need to do to fucking progress this. Okay, upgrade plasma. Okay, I got the fucking gun bench, apparently.
Oh, man. So this is a Terminator game.
Yep.
I watched the newest Terminator movie the other day in 4K. I gotta say, it was really bad.
Oh, Genesis.
Like, is that the most? It was the most recent one.
Oh
I
no,
skipped-
no, Dark Fate. Sorry, Genesis was
I
the one
did
prior.
see the one with
Dark Fate was the
what's her
latest
name
one, right?
from?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed the one with what's her name from Game of Thrones, and I saw the most recent
So that
one.
that was
good,
Genesis. And like I felt like Dark Fate was better than Genesis, but not by much.
Oh man,
I heard that the Serokana TV show was supposed to be good, but I never watched it.
It was it was a thing. Oh, 1 second, I'll be right back.
The Terminator Chronicles, the Serokana
Chronicles.
That's what it's called. That's what it's actually called, right?
I gotta say, let's see, retired Arnold Schwarzenegger was kind of like my disappointment in retired Riker in Picard.
Well, look at this chat here. We're talking about food. I'm getting so hungry. It's like it's dinner time for me, and we're talking about all this food that I usually can't get. But like fucking kebabs. I'm sorry, you know, there's like the internet meme, like remove kebab and all that shit. But no, you know what?
Man,
give me more kebab. I know it is. I
food
know
on a stick.
Dude, it's like the fucking best. And here in my town, like the best kebab place that we had closed down. Like, and I went once, and then they closed down. I was like, fuck. But there's this roaming Japanese guy with a truck that he makes kebabs. I found him like once, and I know where he goes, and he closes before I can get there after work. But I fucking love it.
We used to. So those guys are all over in Brazil.
Southern barbecue.
They call their food cat meat.
Brazilian food good. What?
But because you never know really what you're getting. But I used to like when I was like, if my wife and I disagreed about something, I would make a bet on like, do you owe me like 4 or 5 like kebabs from those guys? And if I won, I would get them. And if I lost, I wasn't really out anything because she didn't eat it. But like right at the end of our street, there was always a dude there, like on the weekends, with his like charcoal burner, you know, and a tent kind of over the top of it.
I love like fucking Turkish food, Middle Eastern food. I love fucking Greek food.
Yeah.
I love gyros. Like New York, if it's not like pizza in New York, I gotta get a fucking gyros, bro. Gyros.
You pronounce it right too, gyros.
Gyros is good, right? You're Greek, right? Is that a
no.
Greek or Polish?
I'm very much American. I think I'm Polish. I'm
Polish
half
American,
Polish,
right?
half Polish,
Okay.
quarter
You
Irish,
speak
and
some
quarter
Portuguese?
German. Yeah, my wife is Brazilian. So
Brazilian. That's why. Okay, I think that Jeremy Dixon's wife. I don't want to give up his personal opinion. I think his wife is also Brazilian too. They're good-looking ladies, and they seem to be very. You know how they say these hoes ain't loyal? These hoes definitely ain't Brazilian. So I got a real quick address too. Like any good barbecue places in Japan, they're all Korean, sadly. But yakitori places and yakiniku, I guess like Japanese style barbecue, which is basically Korean barbecue, really good. What the fuck was I gonna say real quick over here too? Sorry, something in the chat that I saw about food. I'm getting hungry.
where are you in Japan? You mentioned this before.
Freshness Burger. Freshness Burger is definitely still a thing with Soichi, and I like Freshness Burger. Sorry, Smoke, but real quick too, Taco Bell. I think Taco Bell tastes better in Japan, but the food is like twice as much. But they don't have
McDonald's
as
was
much
like that in
variety.
Brazil. McDonald's in Brazil was like
yeah,
going out
nope.
to eat kind of food.
Oh, McDonald's here is it's very well. It looks like the fucking pictures, but like they just don't have variety, which is the same as Taco Bell. But last year when I was in the States and I went to Taco Bell, talking about activated complex, I wanted to get a Mexican pizza for good old times, but yeah, they didn't have it anymore. They just changed the menu like maybe 2 weeks before.
You got to go
I
to
came
Casey's. You got to go to Casey's if you want your Mexican pizza.
back. Dude, that sounds awesome. I don't know what Casey's is, but Mexican pizza.
Oh man, see,
I
you
went
need
to
travel
Del Taco
to
the first time.
to the
It was
cornfields of
delicious.
Illinois, and you can hit some Casey's up.
Dude, if I go back to the States, I hate cities, so I would be going to the cornfields of Illinois for sure, and not in Chicago.
Oh, Jeremy
but
Dixon said his.
I'm
wife
in
is
Northeast
Brazilian.
Japan, by the way. So yeah,
Okay,
yeah, you go.
so you're up in the colder area.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dixon's wife's like yours, and I feel betrayed here though. Not just because I was trying to get in your panties, but Like, am I like the only guy who's not like married or has like basically a wife like Yahel? I guess Stika, but fuck, are we me and Stika gonna get gay married now?
How is Stika not married? He's like
I don't know.
Fucking
sex magnet.
catch.
I don't know, man. Those Portuguese
And
games,
you
this is
too,
why.
Jimmy. Not to leave you out
Well,
of this.
I appreciate that, but still, I guess me and Stika were made for each other, so we're just gonna have to get gay married in Hawaii.
You guys are more of like the Bachelor for Life kind of deal, aren't you?
I feel like it, but I've recently. Oh, look, Sonic Mania! Good lord, with the scan lines that aren't vertical, like that
Nice.
documentary you guys were talking about. What was it called? Was it Was it the console wars
Yeah, that
one,
was.
or was it something else? Oh my god!
It was the one I did a video on, which
I
always...
saw your video and I saw Ian and Yahel's video.
Oh,
and I was
yeah,
like,
we
I
both-
can't believe this. Yeah, I think the first time I saw that they had vertical scan lines, though, Smoke, was probably your video, and I was like, how?
console.
Well, so, I mean, to be fair, like you pointed that out in your video first, and then I couldn't unsee it after that, and I was like, "Fuck."
Well, yeah, I think you would have seen it, honestly. I saw it, and several other people, like almost at the exact same moment. We all saw it. So, I think you'd see it.
Yeah, because I'd watched your review before I had watched it, so I don't know if maybe I would have noticed it, but like I watched your review before I watched the movie, and I was like, "Ah, fuck."
Okay, cool. So, you don't think that I totally ripped apart the movie like lots of people are thinking?
No, I thought you had just I thought you had points you made about it, and I thought
I kind of felt
yours
like
was.
I'm 50-50 on it. Like, I like it, actually. I mean, I came out of it liking it. I just like to pick on that fact it's funny.
Well, yeah, I think you had. I don't know. You picked apart. Let's see here.
You
picked
guys
it
did a
apart.
much better video because you guys know,
enjoy what they give you?
you guys understand the people, and the history behind it. Where I don't know, that kind of stuff. You guys are much more into the developers and every single person, whereas I'm just coming into it like Joe Idiot and giving my thoughts on it, kind of.
Yeah, I would say you. I feel like you picked it apart more on a technical level. But yeah. Sorry, one second. I'm getting very cold in my garage all of a sudden. I'm like, fuck.
Gotta turn your heat on.
Gotta bring in that Abrams tank, bro.
God, I wish I had that right now. Fuck.
Yeah, fire up that jet engine.
Yeah, give me that fucking jet turbine engine.
Toss the keys to the dog and be like, hey, turn on that jet turbine engine.
Let me lay on my. Oh shit! I've drank 5 beers already.
Nice.
I kind of want to, I have 2 CRTs right beside me all the time, and I've heard Bob RetroRGB always talks about running Sonic Mania on a CRT and how cool it is, but I've never actually done it. And I have the game right here. Is there, so is that really hard to do, or?
I mean, you can downscale it, or do a HDMI to component converter, I guess.
Okay. So what are your resolution options? There's not like a 480i or something in there.
You got a ton you can pick from.
Cool.
I can't change it right now. But you got
I
lots.
was into so many years before Sonic Mania. I was a huge fan of the Sonic CD Xbox Live Arcade port, and it just happens that the same guy who did the Sonic Mania, that was kind of like one of his first games.
Oh, okay.
The Christian White, or his name is?
There were all these horrible Sonic ports on Xbox Live Arcade, or Genesis in general, and then you got this Sonic CD port that was fantastic. And it's just weird that years later the guy went on to do this.
I mean, it was better than Sonic Forces. Fuck.
Well, not according to me.
The LGN Defender, Sonic. I loved how fucking Video Game Donkey made fun. I'm like, ah, shit.
These people exist.
Well, I felt bad for him. The second that Video Game Donkey pointed out LGN Defender, I'm like, oh no. Oh shit.
Yeah. Worked out. I actually, you know what? I need to fucking. I've heard mixed things, but I heard that Matt's other channel disappeared.
Wait, did he already stop the other channel?
Well, somebody told me, it's like, I kept looking and I couldn't find it. I was like, really?
Because
I was like, oh,
I
shit,
remember
like,
he posted that whole video talking about how he's like, yeah, I'm done doing this whole thing because it's not me and it's fake. And
well, it's funny because like I've known Matt from like when I first started, and I used to talk to Matt like almost every week, and it was so funny because he's just like, yeah, man, it's just like a normal guy, and like I used to always just love that he's like, oh, I'm super quirky and everything, and like it's like, I think that's actually a part of him too, but I could see you getting tired of like having to be like, oh, I play in this role of quirky guy, and he's just like a normal guy, and he had a lot of issues with like, you know, I think YouTube helped him overcome shyness, and he overcame some other issues and all that, which is great. But if I was him, just keep that fucking LGN persona. I think it's a large part of who he actually is, which is great. And you know, like in everybody, you have to play a little bit of a part if you're.
Oh yeah.
If you're making stuff, like I always think of, even though this is a bad example because of what happened to him, but like Boogie2988, I remember he said like, well, you know what, this is just like the best version of me that I could possibly be on my videos, but actually I'm a real fucking dickhead in real life. It's like, well, who isn't?
I'm gonna pull a gun on somebody who shows up at my house, man.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was.
The
Fuck.
guy's an asshole and he probably deserved it, but I wouldn't be shooting guns off in a school. So.
Oh god. Yeah, I thought it was kind of
PR. It's bad PR.
I don't know. It was one of those things where, like, the LGN, I don't know. I said, I'm like, we already built that audience. I feel like they would be understanding.
No, that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand, especially for him. Like I would consider like LGN Defender like cult personality status, even though you know he didn't have like 1 million subs, but you don't need that. And
Well,
actually,
yeah,
if you have subs, it's
Yeah, he had like what, like 40, 50,000, something like that, right?
probably like 40K at least at that point, which is funny because I remember when I first found him, one of the first conversations I was like, oh, I almost didn't comment on your video because I thought you had like thousands of subs, and I was like, oh, you have like 300 subs. Like, fuck, this guy will respond to me, and this is how shallow I am. I'm not commenting unless I know I'm gonna get a reply. But you know, whatever. I just started.
Well,
I don't want to suck anybody's dick. At time anyway.
I mean, who would leave a comment on like a 10 million sub video?
No, that's part of it too.
It's just like talking into the void.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless you're trying to like either advertise your channel, which I see a lot of, which is annoying. Where it's like, haha, that guy said, haha, like ding dong, haha, and then like all the bots come out, probably run by Chinese developers of DF41. And then like it's like, oh, this person put a comment out like 5 minutes ago, but it has 3,000 likes. There's a lot of that shit, and there's also a lot of like, I'm sure like Ian, you've seen this too, maybe on some of your
I have
videos.
some videos where the person who made the comment has more likes than the video.
Yeah,
I don't know if I should,
no, yeah.
Like, I don't know if I should
weird
brag
plot
about
shit,
that.
right? You get a lot of like, oh, I'm horny and single, or I just broke up with my boyfriend. It's like, this is like a fucking, is this the FBI agent from fucking Dumb and Dumber? What the fuck's going on here? This chick who's half naked and has giant boobies and looks like a model is just apparently her and her friends are
Gotta
just
be
commenting
real.
on every video on the internet because they broke up with their boyfriend. Guess what? I want to bang Mary Swanson. I'm not interested. Gotta say. Oh, H Mart, is that the Korean Asian market? Because I remember there was I think it was an H Mart in Georgia that I go into. Instead of buying awesome food, I bought Korean CDs like a fucking idiot. This was like in 2005. I don't know. You know what? Here's the thing. Maybe I'm a trendsetter. I was into like Psy and all this Korean shit like in the early 2000s, and now I can't stand anything that says it's Korean or K-pop. People ruin everything. Well, also, I'm an old man now. I'm not 20. You know, that's also a thing. I'm not like 19 or 18 or whenever I was when I was buying that shit.
Well, on the note of hating K-pop, I feel like I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now.
Been late. You've been going late lately.
Yeah, it's about 2:30 my time, so it's kind of late. So I'm gonna go ahead and just end this guy now, so I can go get some sleep before my children wake me up and make my life a living hell. That's just how it
6
goes.
a.m.
Yeah, my oldest daughter wakes me up at 7 whether I want to be up or not, so that's pretty great.
Today's Christmas for you.
Oh no, easy. I'm sorry. I apologize, man. Appreciate you dropping by. Sorry, we're ending
Oh, there,
now.
yeah, easy.
But yeah, appreciate you guys dropping by. Long shot, hadn't seen you here before, so thanks for dropping by and hanging out. Apologize if I haven't read the chat nearly as much as I normally do. I 5 beers deep, and that was a mistake. But yeah, but Atticus, good seeing you as always, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you're not familiar with Smoke Monster, a fantastic channel associated with the Mister movement and all the emulation efforts associated with that. Also, if you're not familiar with the mainstay that is Jimmy Hoppa and the retro gaming community, feel free to go check him out. It's a requirement for your retro education. So feel free thank you for dropping by and all that.
Can't afford it, we'll pay you.
Yeah.
All right, later, man.
All right, good night, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh, yeah. All right, bye.
Good.